All right, it is October 18th, 2022, a regular council meeting calling to order. Notice to the public that we may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
My pleasure. Please stand if you're able. Face the flag.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shimoni, our mission statement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember House, our land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. That brings us down to agenda item number 4, our public participation, which we have one individual, Stephen Poor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I wanted to clarify something that was said yesterday. Based on my review of the City of Flagstaff Financial's recent disclosures, I noted that funds today were available to fund a culvert and a bubbler at the Northwoods Apartments. In part, I noted that June 21 financial report from the City of Flagstaff that had $56.4 million to spend at the council's discretion. Yesterday, Mayor Deasy noted that these funds are needed for numerous contingencies. I only ask, don't the flooding mitigation of the culvert, the bubbler, qualify for one of those contingencies? Not to be cast aside as this is a slush fund beneficiary. Upon reviewing the City of Flagstaff budget today for 2022 and 2023, the total set aside for contingencies by area department, however you want to describe them, is about $5.17 million. So that leaves another $50 million available to fix what might be a $7 million problem that is flooding my neighbors, that continues to potentially flood for a number of years. I ask you to consider utilizing the funds that as taxpayers entrusted in you to guard us against the future flooding that no one anticipated and no one tried to build around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poor. That I'm not seeing any online commentary either. So we are down to agenda item number 5, council liaison reports, and we will go around the circle here. Councilmember House, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report today.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you. I too have nothing to report today.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I do have something to report. BPAC is in full budget mode. The budget retreat is coming up at the end of the month. Lots of great projects that we're looking at for fiscal year 2024. The beautification and action grants are in full swing. One has been awarded and a couple of other ones we're looking for more information. And tomorrow I will be attending the Mountain Lion Tech board meeting.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to being part of the Mountain Lion meeting as well, but otherwise nothing to report. Councilmember McCarthy?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Nothing.
Councilmember Salas?
I missed the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting yesterday because it coincided with our joint council meeting with the Board of Supervisors. This Thursday is the annual Discover Flagstaff Partner and Stakeholders luncheon and awards for sustainable business in the tourism sector. And the keynote speaker is, let me pull it out. Is Bill Stainton, and he will present Connecting the Dots, Breakthrough Thinking for Professionals. He's a 29-time Emmy winner and Hall of Fame speaker. And he knows how to make innovation easy, engaging, and highly entertaining. So, and I believe the registration for in-person attendance is closed, but interested individuals can still sign up to be part of the meeting virtually. So they can still RSVP virtually. And then on the November 3rd MetroPlan board meeting, MetroPlan is scheduled to have a public hearing for the MetroPlan Stride Forward update to the Regional Transportation Plan for the next 25 years. And after the public hearing, the board is scheduled to adopt the updated Regional Transportation Plan, and this meeting will be held virtually via Zoom. Information should be available at the metroplanflagstaff.org. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are down to agenda item number 6, our appointments, starting with 6A, consideration appointments for Open Spaces Commission. And just pulling it up here, Councilmember Salas is designated to appoint.
This was a tough one, Mayor, because there's only one position of that's open for appointment, and there are stellar candidates. But it is my distinct honor to appoint former council member Nat White to serve on the Open Space Commission.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We are down to agenda item 6B, consideration of appointments for the Parks and Recreation Commission, starting with Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Again, we had 4 really good candidates, but I would like to nominate Stephen Parsons for a term that would expire in August of 2025.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. It's my honor to give recommend the next appointment for Parks and Rec, and I would like to put forward Autumn Layden for an appointment that expires August 2025.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. We're now down to agenda item number 7, our consent items, which there's quite a few. So welcome any council members wanting to pull one of them out, but would like to place a motion for approving all of the consent items as listed, unless otherwise noted.
I don't hear that anybody wants to pull anything, so I move that we approve all of the consent items that are listed on the agenda today.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, we're moving right along here. Agenda item number 8A. This is our routine items, the consideration and approval of payment. An approval of payment to the Arizona Department of Transportation in the amount of $117,136.01 for additional project design costs and administration for the 4th Street Cedar Avenue Lockett Road roundabout project.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jeremy DeGator. I am a Capital Improvements Project Manager in the City Engineering Division. I'm here to give a brief presentation on the 4th Street Cedar Locket Roundabout project. We're here today asking for your consideration and approval of a payment to ADOT for additional design costs in fulfillment of our obligations per the original intergovernmental agreement, or IGA. Staff's recommended option is that we approve this payment. I know this project has been before council several times, but this project is located at the intersection of 4th Street, Lockett Road, and Cedar Avenue. And in this area, we've got multiple schools, and this project is a Highway Safety Improvements Program grant-funded project to replace this currently signalized intersection with a roundabout. You've seen this exhibit before. This has not changed since our last visit back in June, but this gives just an idea of the impacts to surrounding properties, the needs for new right-of-way, and our temporary construction easements. The payment today that we're asking for your approval is related to additional design costs. Primarily, these are focused around the need to add the pedestrian actuated rapid flashing beacons at all crossings. The implementation or going back to Z crossings at 3 of the 4 legs. We cannot fit this on the Lockett Road crossing. And then finally, there's some additional work needed for utility relocation design work and coordination. You may recall that back in June, we were here for authority to acquire right-of-way and temporary construction easements, and one of the conditions of approval was for us to add in those design changes for the flashing beacons and for the Z crossings. You approved that back in June. We are moving forward with that. Right-of-way acquisition process is underway. It's a tough environment these days, moving forward with these efforts, so that the right-of-way acquisition has impacted us, and it will cause us to slide one construction season. So we will not be able to get all the property acquired, utilities relocated, and be able to advertise this winter. So construction is now slated for 2024. And again, this is really driven by that right-of-way acquisition and the need to relocate utilities prior to the start of construction. I know that was real quick, just brief summary. I am here to answer any questions you may have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I like short and sweet. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. Jeremy, I'm sorry I forgot your last name. DeGator, thank you. Yes. Yeah, I will support this. I'm just curious to find out where the money is coming from for the $117 and change, because this is this additional design costs and project administration fee that ADOT is charging the city. So I'm just kind of looking at.
Yes.
Are we over budget on this?
So the project was over budget last time we were here. This payment's going to be made out of the money that's already been identified. We still have a little ways to go to finish up design, and if you're familiar with the ADOT project, we will re-update the cost estimate before the project advertised, and at that point, we would likely need to come back to City Council to update the IGA, identify any additional funding needed for us to proceed to advertisement and ultimately construction. So this will come out of it.
Okay,
Already
you were reading my
authorized funds.
mind, because I would ask staff to be in front of council for the future cost estimate of this project. As we know, nationwide, public works projects have increased by at least 40%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Any other questions, or I'm happy to entertain a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, Jeremy, thank you for the short and sweet presentation. I imagine it was short and sweet because we've already met and discussed this topic how many times?
At least a few.
At least a few. That's a very political answer. Yeah, so, and how many hours do you think we've spent going over this and discussing it in public?
I'm not really in the business of guessing, but it is multiple hours.
Okay, I just wanted to put a finer point for the public out there, that we're not just rushing this through and sweeping this away. We've had numerous discussions over the course of many, many months about this project. The project has always moved forward, and I continue to be enthusiastic about the new safety features and the increased mobility for both traffic and people on this intersection, and excited to make a motion.
Motion away, Councilmember Aslan.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a payment to the Arizona Department of Transportation in the amount of $117,136.01 for additional project design costs and administration for the 4th Street Cedar Avenue Lockett Road Roundabout project.
I second that. Motion by Councilmember Aslan, seconded by myself. Further discussion, Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, just to clarify that this will be, there's two items under there, approve the payment and direct the city manager to complete the documents. I assume that's included. And then I would also like to say that, similar to what Mr. Aslan said, since this first came to council, we've made quite a few changes, specifically some of the things that you mentioned about pedestrian safety. And considering those, I'm very enthusiastic to vote yes on this when the time comes.
Thank you. And City Attorney, do we need to do an addendum to the motion or add a second one, or?
Just if the motion can be amended to include direction to the city manager to complete the necessary documents.
It sure can.
If you could fully state.
I think he did.
Okay. Enough.
We just need the second on that.
Yep,
too.
I will second both of the staff recommended actions on this front. Any further discussion? Councilmember Salas.
I just want to thank staff again and ADOT for working on this project, just for the benefit of everyone here and listening online, that this project was actually brought forth by the city, and the city obtained a grant for the highway safety and improvement because of the accident that had happened in that intersection. And then the project is also identified by our Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff, which is our metropolitan planning organization, and it's in the Transportation Improvement Program, which is also in the Transportation Improvement. It's an ADOT project, so we have multiple partners, the city, Metro Plan, and ADOT, to deliver this roundabout on Cedar, Lockett, and Ford. So with that, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you, Jeremy, and nice suit, man. I dig it.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us down to agenda item 9A. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-49. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff naming tennis courts located at the Hall Jensen Recreation Center the Ron Wren Memorial Tennis Courts.
Thank you.
A
Good
second.
afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Amy Hagan, Assistant Parks and Recreation Director. Here today, along with some of the tennis community members, to bring forward the naming of the tennis courts that are located directly behind the Hal Jensen Recreation Center in Sunnyside. The resolution request that's in front of you, it is a proposal to name the courts, as Mayor just said, the Ron Wren Memorial Tennis Courts, along with full support from the Parks and Recreation Commission. As you'll learn here shortly, we do have a short presentation, and you'll find, I'm not going to steal any thunder, but Mr. Wren was a big aficionado in our community, bringing positive influence to all ages for the lifetime sport of tennis. So we do have a short presentation, as I mentioned, and a few, I believe, public comments afterwards to share. So I'm happy to turn the podium over to Ms. Jean Brown, who would like to present this.
Excellent, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jean Brown. I'm the president of the Flagstaff Tennis Association, and I wanted to thank all of our tennis aficionados here today to help represent us. Today, we're going to look at why we think it's important for us to name the courts, the Ron Wren Memorial Tennis Courts, in that he was a really wonderful person. He was loved and known by all, but he was involved in everything, arts, hiking, tennis, and he was really important in welcoming new people to tennis courts. A lot of times you have to know somebody to play tennis, and you have to be at the right level to play competitively. And Ron did not do that. He did not deal with those items. So first, what's a tennis connection? Ron played tennis all the time. He was here, he chose to live in Flagstaff. He was an avid tennis player, but he was involved in leagues early on. He was involved in the Flagstaff Tennis Association. He also volunteered for a lot of our tournaments, and he also was a big proponent in junior tennis. So he gave a lot of money and time to junior tennis. So, but the biggest contribution Ron has, and this is why we're here, is he identified a need for tennis players of all backgrounds, abilities, and ages to play together every Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 2 hours. And it didn't matter the temperature. So in the winter, they're out shoveling snow. In the summer, they're out picking up leaves and cleaning the nets. But Ron had done that for 20 years, setting up this drop-in tennis for anybody willing to come and play tennis with him. And just to give you a few numbers, there's about 100 players that consistently play tennis in this drop-in. But we also have new players that drop in for a day or sometimes a couple weeks. So a while ago, I started doing statistics on it. And if we say 20 people are there 3 times a week, 52 weeks out of the year, that's 3,120 people. And maybe 60% of them are new and community players versus league players. And this is really important. So this is a picture of all of us, and you'll see Ron to the right of the tall person, Vaughn. And just to give you an idea, he was involved in everything. So he helped us with tournaments, and he was an engineer. So if you know what the engineers do, they want to make sure everything's perfect. Why name the courts for Ron? Well, Ron passed in 2020, and I see you smiling there, but if you're an engineer, everything has to be perfectly aligned, and that's what he did, not only on the tennis courts, but for all the proposals he worked with us on. But many people use the tennis group that we talk about Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to get together, to meet people, to see people who've been gone through the winter. And so it's a wonderful community, and it's all different ages. In addition to the important for naming the courts for Ron, we also felt so highly of him that we have a Ron Wren Memorial Award that we've given out twice already. We hope to make it yearly after the COVID issues, but these are people that helped run the Monday, Wednesday, Friday drop-in and helped us significantly for our tournaments. And the first one was Gordon Medford in 2021, and 2022 was John Williams. John Williams. So we are requesting, based on all the love we have for Ron, but all of his influence and energy, to name the courts at Coconino High School for him, on behalf of him. He had a significant and enduring impact on our community, and it wasn't for a short time, it was for 20 years. So I won't bore you, but you do know the Flagstaff City Council has a policy, and within the policy, there's 16 resolutions. So we've dotted our I's and crossed all of our T's, and to make everybody happy, I summarized it in this. And this summary basically is saying, yes, we all agree that the court should be named the Ron Wren Memorial Tennis Courts. He had passed 2 years ago, so we fulfilled that requirement. He didn't buy the land, but he bought a lot of stuff for the tennis courts and was always fixing the nets and bringing things, proponent for wind screens. So he was able to help us get those early on. He spent countless hours keeping the courts clean, shoveling, sweeping, repairing nets, but his real contribution was providing a community of tennis players to get together and play. You don't have to sign up, you drop in. And the engineering part of Ron was, it didn't matter if there were 5 people or 13. If you know tennis, you usually need 4 people to start, but he was able to figure out a rotation that he used every time, and that's been adopted through the 20 years. He's convinced many members to contribute their time and resources towards youth tennis, and no was not in his vocabulary. If he wanted you to do something, you did it. So here's another picture just to show you how much involved he is, and he's second from the left here. And this tournament, he uses engineering techniques to help us come up with a junior standard. And I won't go into that, but it was interesting. So when we queried our entire group, everyone said, you know, the tennis community is always welcoming, but this group, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it's always welcoming to new people. And now it's our chance to return that favor to others. So the friendship in the group is amazing, and it continues to grow. And it's not just people over 60. We've had high school kids there. We've had people in their 80s. So you need to know it's a broad group of people all wanting to go out and play tennis and have fun. So I don't know if you know Rick Goldwasser, but he's a tennis professional in town, and I asked him to comment. And he said a lot of really wonderful things, but the one I want to read is the fact that he did all of this without needing to be compensated as a true labor of love deserves to be recognized. If you ask me, it would just be wrong for those courts to be called anything but the Ron Wren Memorial Courts. I have one last picture here of Ron smiling. And I want to jump to this conclusion because he selfishly arranged, coordinated, and operated community tennis activity for 20 years. He provided residents and visitors to Flagstaff welcoming social and community-focused activity. And in collaboration with our organization, the Flagstaff Tennis Association, he created a portal. So when somebody wanted to get into tennis, whether they were beginners or not, they contacted one person, which led them to another group, and ultimately end up in Ron's Monday, Wednesday, Friday group. And from there, they made friends and were able to play tennis as much or as little as they want. So thank you for consideration in naming the courts for Ron. And I'd like to ask 2 other people to give their input because it's a heartwarming, different perspective. Thank you.
Eugene. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. I believe I have their public participant cards here.
Yes.
So I will call up Ginny Garcia first.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I do have Ron on my racket. So those of you who do not know Ron. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to also endorse renaming the Hal Jensen Courts to Ron Wren Tennis Memorial Courts. And so I just kind of wrote a little bit of poem, pretty much summarizes what Ms. Brown has mentioned about Ron. Ron, you have touched the lives of many through the years. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Ron, you have touched the lives of many through tennis for many years. Since you left us, people have shed many tears. God has taken you way too early from us. I'll bet you're playing tennis with all the angels in heaven, which is their plus. You will always be with us on every day on the courts. We all are sad that our tennis world has been broken apart. Everyone misses the fun tennis with you Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You always welcomed everyone, regardless of their level of play. If you want to play like Ron, you must love tennis, willing to shovel snow to play in winter, willing to give time and work for local tennis community, willing to demonstrate versatility to adapt your game regardless of your age. Ron was great at wicked cross-court angles,
good lobs to be able to recover so that you're in an offensive position, good direction, control, not hitting it right to your opponent for an easy put away. And some of Ron's favorite sayings were watch the ball and let's play tennis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And then we have Anthony Medina.
Mayor and honorable council members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on Ron's behalf. And I'm here to provide a first-person account of the impact of him and what he did for the community. So my wife and I retired to Flagstaff about 5 years ago. She's right there sitting in the audience. When we were looking to retire, we were looking for an active, vibrant community in which to retire. So we looked at different places throughout Arizona, some in New Mexico, and we found Flagstaff to be the one that offered the most benefits for us. So we've been here for 5 years, and we have enjoyed every minute of it. So when we first moved here 5 years ago, of course, we didn't know anybody. So through Ron's effort in establishing this drop-in tennis and website, we were able to identify a place to go play tennis and to start becoming involved in the community. So even though I was a beginner, he welcomed me into the group. My wife was just beginning to play competitively, and he welcomed both of us in, and we were able to play with the group. He didn't care that we were beginners, intermediate, or experts. It didn't matter. Everybody there was treated with the same respect and dignity. Ron accepted all comers, regardless of their age, ability, or status. So at these gatherings, we met numerous longtime Flagstaff residents. So it's not just outsiders coming in, it's also existing Flagstaff residents, new retirees like us that came in, some summer snowbirds that come up only for the summer, then go back to the valley in the winter, and then visitors from throughout the U.S. Just last summer, we met some people that were RVing throughout the United States. They were able to find this opportunity to play tennis. They parked their RV here and played all summer long. All of us were welcomed. So furthermore, through these contacts made, through us and others, we've been able to get involved in other community efforts throughout the community. So it's not just tennis, it's getting people involved in the overall community that is done through this. So when you're looking for a place to retire, to just move there, or people want an active community. They want a community that's active and welcoming. Flagstaff fits that perfectly, as evidenced by the growing nature of the population here. This is where Ron Wren helped Flagstaff itself develop this reputation that makes people want to come here. So why do I believe these Hal Jensen courts should be renamed Ron Wren courts? Ron gave so much to the Flagstaff community for the past 20 years. He ran this drop-in tennis that involved being there 3 times a week. He only would miss 2 weeks a year when he'd go see his daughter. He did this without government funding, without external funding, and many times without support. He did it through sweat equity himself. He never complained, never griped, or anything. He didn't charge anyone or turn anyone away regardless of their ability. We need more people like him to continue to keep Flagstaff as a wonderful place to live and to come visit. So I believe it would be fitting to name those courts after Ron, because he is the perfect role model of a Flagstaff citizen. He gave back many, many times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony. This is a beautiful presentation, and I am looking forward to having these naming of the courts provide that story, that legacy to continue and to spread throughout our community and make sure that it lives into perpetuity. With that, I would like to place a motion to read resolution number 2022-49 by title only.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Salas. Further discussion from Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Aslan after.
Well, I just want to point out that I am a mechanical engineer, and I took your comments as a compliment. Thank you. And I'm very supportive of this, and thank you for all coming today.
I have a couple questions for Amy. Oh, you're already there. So this seems highly appropriate to me, and at the very least we can do for someone who's given so much to the community. I'm very enthusiastically in support of this. I do just have a couple questions. These are just some house cleaning due diligence questions for you, Amy. So I notice on the report that this doesn't have any cost to the city.
Correct.
So there's no signage fees or change of, and also this isn't a renaming, this.
It's a naming.
This is a naming ceremony, right?
It is a naming. You are correct with that, too. What the park section would like to propose is that we do develop some signage if the resolution is approved, so that we can provide that proper naming to the tennis courts. So would there be a cost associated with some signage? Absolutely, but we're happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed that this whole process looks like it came to fruition, came into being and completion within about a 2-month period. I'm interested to hear from you a little. I've been on council for 4 years now, and to my recollection, this is the first time, with maybe one exception, and not including the renaming of W.C. Riles Street, that we've done a naming ceremony for some feature associated with the city of Flagstaff. Can you just take me through that process a little bit more? And you know, it's not that I'm anticipating a flood or an inundation of suggestions, but at some level, this might have to be managed in a way that because you are early adopters of the available pathways, this group is not overly burdened with such considerations. But just walk me through what it takes to get something named after you in the city of Flagstaff.
Well, I have to give the credit to the tennis community. They brought this forward greater than 2 months ago to myself and to Rebecca Sayers, our division director. We went through the process of what it takes to name a facility or an amenity based on the ordinances and resolutions that are in place. So we discussed that with the tennis community and team, and then started to package what did they want this to resemble and how did they want to go about this. And then we knew one of our first steps was the Parks and Recreation Commission. That may not be available to all departments at the city to have that outlet of a commission, but we knew that was our first step, and then this being our second step based on the consensus of the tennis community. You're correct, we don't have a lot of opportunity to name items or even rename items. So this was a unique opportunity, but it was the right one to do.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. I just wanted to learn myself a little bit about that. And also for the public who's listening, there's lots of worthwhile people out there who deserve to be memorialized in some fashion or another. And I consider this to be an inspiring moment. And thank you for bringing Ron to our attention. And thank you for this opportunity for us to honor him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the group that came out to speak today. This was an absolutely beautiful presentation. And the words that you shared today were absolutely beautiful and moving, and just a powerful testament to Ron's legacy, to the work that you're doing in our community and building community for all who want to be part of it. I am so thankful to you for bringing this forward and for speaking up and speaking out in the way that you did. I love the poetry that was used as part of your presentation. And I think it's symbolic, actually, of the unification that happens when we engage in this form of community engagement. We're bringing sports and recreation, we're bringing poetry, we're bringing community engagement. All of that is so important for our broader community, so I thank you for being here today.
Councilmember Salas and then Councilmember McCarthy.
I also want to reverberate the fact that this process was presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission, which was a public meeting. And the Parks and Rec Commission was so enthusiastic to approve this and send it to council for with a recommendation of approval. Also want to, well, for full disclosure, I am also an avid, I was a competitive racket player, not tennis though. Because where I come from, tennis was not accessible and widely available and was expensive. For me, from the Philippines, badminton was more accessible and affordable, growing up. But the story of Mr. Ron Ren making tennis accessible and equitable in the sense that free lessons. I would go to your Wednesday, Friday class. I have to find my racket though. Ditch my badminton racket that's like 20 years old, right? But the sense of community, and also the sense of belongingness, and also being inviting and welcoming. So that this is what the city of Flagstaff is all about. I'm honored to vote yes on this renaming of the Hal Jensen Recreation Center to Ron Ren Memorial Tennis Courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding renamings, you mentioned the RC Riles renaming of the street. I remember another one. We named one of the Foots Trails the Karen Cooper Trail, who used to be a city council member that was loved in the city. And as far as playing racket, I will say that when I play guitar at home, my wife says that's a lot of racket.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. All right. With that, we do have a motion on the table. So without further ado, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Love. It's a tennis joke.
Yep, there you go. Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you all for the wonderful presentation.
Actually,
Mayor.
Mayor, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yes, this one's got a follow-up. So, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council naming the tennis courts located at the Hal Jensen Recreation Center the Ron Ren Memorial Tennis Courts.
I move to adopt Resolution 2022-49.
I second.
Seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right. Thank you all. All right, we are down to agenda item 9B, and this is, pressed the wrong button. Consideration approval of agreement for the master subrecipient agreement between the City of Flagstaff and Metro Plan for transportation project funding.
Good evening,
Stacy
Mayor and
BK.
Council. Stacy BK, Stacy Brecklin Eggs, Grants, Contracts, Emergency Management Director. I don't have a formal PowerPoint. This should be a quick presentation. This is for a master subrecipient agreement between the City of Flagstaff and Metro Plan for transportation planning project funding. They specifically are providing money for the design of the Downtown Mile project that you just saw with WSP for $490,000 in federal funds and with a city match of $29,619. What this is setting up, though, this is federal highway money through the state surface transportation block grant funds that MetroPlan gets. And so what they want to do is create this master agreement with the city and then fund projects for the city. So the first project that they're funding is Downtown Mile. And then as we have projects come on board, they will work with us to fund it, and we'll do another project scope and budget under this master agreement. So it's great, and it's really nice to have MetroPlan as a partner with us to do this kind of transportation funding. And with that, that's it. Any questions?
Excellent. Any questions? Not seeing any. I move to approve the master subrecipient agreement with MetroPlan for funding to the city as a subrecipient for transportation project funding. I think I saw your hand up while I was saying that. So, Councilmember Salas.
It's my
Mayor,
honor to
first we would
second,
need a-
Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, just for everyone's information, the Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff Board approved this master subrecipient agreement at the Metro Plan Board meeting the beginning of the month.
Great, thank you for making that statement and letting us know.
All
I
right.
did second the motion.
Second in the motion. Is there any further discussion? Councilman McCarthy?
I might mention that as the chairman of the Metro Plan Board, I already signed this document, but now I'll be voting as a city council person. See, Sterling, I got 2 votes.
Don't tell
Thank
anyone.
you.
All right. With that, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Right, thank you.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right. Moving right along tonight. We are now down to, what time is it? 3:50. Goodness. Okay. We are now down to our discussion items. 10A, our Sustainable Building Resolution Update.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council, Ramon Alatorre. Just wanting to confirm it would be appropriate for me to share a presentation at this point.
Yes, please proceed. Sounds like a party out there. Yeah, well, that's good.
70 decibels, apparently.
All right, well, I will get started then. Again, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Again, Ramon Alatorre, Climate Analyst, here today to talk about the Sustainable Building Resolution and discuss some proposed updates to this policy document. Here you will see my agenda. I will offer a short history of the Sustainable Building Resolution,
Ramon, we actually aren't seeing it on the
Okay.
screen. If you could try again.
Great, thank you for letting me know.
It wigged out a bit there for a minute.
Was it up at any point?
No, it was just going back and forth from Teams to the. Oh, there it goes. There we go. Game on.
Very good. Still looking right?
Yep, I can see the agenda slide.
Thank you, thank you. All right, here is the agenda. I will offer a short history of the Sustainable Building Resolution. Throughout this presentation, I will probably refer to it as the SBR. I will then highlight some of the policies and documents that have caused the SBR to become a little bit outdated. I will describe the revision process and the multi-departmental staff team that contributed to this work. I will summarize the proposed changes, and then I look forward to engaging with council in discussion to collect any input and feedback. We will then work to incorporate council input before returning for potential adoption in November. So as this slide notes, the Sustainable Building Resolution is a policy document that outlines the performance standards that the city will adhere to as an organization when commissioning the construction of new occupied buildings or undertaking major renovations of existing occupied buildings. The SBR has always set an organizational standard that is beyond code. The SBR has always contained language that explicitly recognizes and values the role of municipal leadership. The Sustainable Building Resolution was first adopted in 2008. This first iteration was somewhat narrow and only recognized a certification pathway that was offered by LEED. This was appropriate at the time, but as additional standards become available, it is just appropriate to evolve and consider periodic refinement. The SBR has been revised once, and that was in 2014. This second iteration was a bit more flexible, recognizing other certification standards and offering a non-certification performance pathway, which I will unpack a little bit more in the next slide. So here you will see that I have pulled some language from the current Sustainable Building Resolution, which again was last updated 8 years ago in 2014. The whereas quotes highlighted here speak to that previously mentioned motivation of leadership. The enactment quotes highlight the certification pathways of LEED, as well as the Green Globe Standard and the Living Building Challenge, as well as reference to the non-certification performance pathway using ASHRAE to demonstrate equivalent performance. This option was included in an acknowledgement of the costs that are associated with certification and thus provides project leaders with an alternative method. Now, anticipating that there may have been some curiosity about some of our recent buildings and how they met or adhered to this policy, the NASET Innovation Building was built and certified to the LEED Silver standard. The recent courthouse was built and certified using the Green Globe standard, and it did receive 3 Green Globes. Additionally, the Core Services Administration Building has been built to LEED Silver standards, and I actually touched base with the team, with the design team, and they report that they expect to get the actual certification perhaps as soon as the end of this month. So this slide highlights the policies and documents that guided the revisions to the Sustainable Building Resolution. They are listed here in the order that they were adopted by council, so chronological. As noted on this slide, updating policy documents such as the Sustainable Building Resolution is exactly the kind of action that is envisioned by the adoption of these resolutions and documents. And in the following slides, I will highlight specific connections to each of these. The Climate Emergency Declaration was the first adopted in this grouping, and it explicitly states a commitment to the city making its own citywide transition, while the Housing Crisis Declaration directs staff to explore ways that the city resources can be best utilized to prioritize housing efforts. And indeed, it is this Housing Crisis Declaration that is the underpinning motivation for some of the additions that have been proposed in this cycle of revisions. While the Sustainable Building Resolution hasn't historically included language specifically intended to support increasing the number of available and affordable housing units, it has always provided language and guidance on how the city would manage the buildings within its own portfolio during critical touch points, namely the construction and major renovation. Section 5 of the proposed updates incorporates a final critical touch point in a building or property's life cycle, and that is vacating the site. And it recognizes the opportunity to prioritize housing efforts during this event. Indeed, local governments often own buildings and properties that are located in desirable locations with access to employment, community amenities. These are the walkable neighborhoods with transit options, among other things. Therefore, in the event that the city does choose to vacate a public building or property, repurposing these spaces for residential use can be an equity-focused solution to increasing the supply of affordable and attainable housing. Connections to the carbon neutrality plan are plentiful. The carbon neutrality plan directs staff to pursue actions that improve resilience and adaptation. This provided guidance to the development of Section 4 of the proposed updates, and this is the section that speaks of resilience hubs or resilience hub functionality. The connection to the target area of decreased dependence on cars, meanwhile, is a callback to that recognition that cities often have properties in central locations. By setting an internal standard of being highly efficient with emissions neutral operations, the Sustainable Building Resolution also supports that trifecta within the carbon neutrality plan of reduced building energy use, clean electricity, and building fuel switching. The 10-year housing plan specifically cites the need to increase the number of available and affordable housing options for Flagstaff residents at all income levels. And the high for developers to earn the residential sustainable building incentive is to build all electric, zero energy ready. So with that long stated value of leadership in mind, if we're asking our developers and builders to build in this way to achieve the incentive, we should be building this way as an organization, showing how it can be done and sharing learnings. So now that I've spoken of the policies and documents, I'd like to take a moment to pause and thank the people that contributed to this effort. The team that made up the band or the steering committee included staff from community development, facilities, housing, real estate, and sustainability. The band started organizing in August of this year. We had multiple in-person meetings as well as multiple rounds of asynchronous document development. The Sustainability Commission reviewed, provided input, and voiced support of the SBR revisions. And the SBR is on the agenda for the October 27th Housing Commission meeting. This slide summarizes the 3 main goals of the proposed revisions and updates. I will unpack each of these in the next 3 slides. The first goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from city buildings, and this is again accomplished by that trifecta of energy efficiency, clean electricity, and appropriate building electrification. The updated Sustainable Building Resolution maintains the same minimum certification and/or performance pathways, those being LEED Silver, 3 Green Globes, or ASHRAE, as the starting point in terms of providing guidance for the envelope, insulation, materials, etc. In addition, in most cases, it is expected that an all-electric design will be a viable approach. It is acknowledged that depending on the building type or function, there may be some highly energy-intensive processes that are currently incompatible with all-electric operation. However, low-grade space heating is not expected to be one of these incompatible processes. Finally, the Sustainable Building Resolution both defines and calls for emissions-neutral operations and notes that all electric designs will adhere to this standard so long as the city continues to participate in the Green Power Partners program with APS. These updates are captured in sections 1, 2, and 3 of the Be It Resolved section in the redlined Sustainable Building Resolution that was in the agenda packet. The second goal is to increase community resilience by ensuring that new buildings include amenities to support vulnerable residents during disruptive weather or other extreme events. Buildings with these supporting amenities are described as resilience hubs or as having resilience hub functionality. Some illustrative examples of what might constitute resilience hub functionality includes designing buildings with features that allow them to serve as clean air centers for community members during smoke events, cooling centers during heat events, warming centers during cold events, and refrigeration or backup power centers during power events. I would like to note that it was noted by both the Steering Committee and the Sustainability Commission that many existing municipal buildings could be great resilience hub candidates. However, they are not covered by the Sustainable Building Resolution due to the major focus on the major building life cycle touch points, those being new construction, major renovation, and now vacating of the site. This does not mean that the city shouldn't consider making these types of investments in community resilience infrastructure outside of these life cycle touch points. And indeed, the Sustainability Office has been including these types of investments for existing municipal buildings in budget requests for years and continues to plan to do so. However, it was determined that keeping the scope of the Sustainable Building Resolution focused on these building lifestyle touchpoints was the appropriate course of action. These updates are captured in section 4 of the Be It Resolved section of the redlined SBR that was included in your packet. And then the third goal is to support increasing the number of available and affordable housing units in the city. Section 5 of the Be It Resolved section describes a process that directs the housing section to evaluate buildings and properties being vacated by the city to determine the feasibility of repurposing or developing in a manner that supports this goal. The SBR lists a few specific strategies to consider, though this should not be considered exhaustive. And by prioritizing this process, the housing section, in coordination with real estate and other departments, will be able to consider any number of creative options as well as unique restrictions that may arise with each building and property. And with that, I will bring this presentation to a conclusion. Again, our goal at this time is to incorporate any feedback that council may have and return for consideration for adoption on November 1st. I do have the red line document available to pull up, should that be appropriate during the upcoming discussion. And I will note that we have already received written feedback from Councilmember McCarthy. So thank you, Councilmember, for always your thorough reading and keen eye. Based on Councilmember McCarthy's notes, we have already deleted the word required in the first paragraph. The sneaky little word somehow escaped the red font strikeout. And additionally, for the sake of reducing redundancy and improving clarity, we are planning to revise the 7th whereas statement to simply state, whereas the mayor and council wish to declare a commitment to energy conservation. So thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I would be happy to move into the discussion portion of this agenda item, and I welcome any questions, comments, or suggestions.
Thank you. Open it up to council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, just to clarify, I am supportive of this. But my frustration was that it seems like a lot of the statements in the whereas section were essentially identical to the statements in the Be It Resolved section. And all I did is ask that some of that redundancy be reduced. But so it was more of a editing type comment than a substance type comment. I'm supportive of the substance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Just to continue, I don't know if you're planning to show the suggested late.
I'm available to if
on
you
the
would like.
screen now, or if you want to show those. I guess this comes back to council again, right? Yeah.
It does, yep.
Okay. So my general comment is try to cut down on the redundancy. And I think you have gotten us at least partially to that goal. Thank you.
Yep, I appreciate it. So just to point out here, it is in purple at the moment. I will change it to either its appropriate blue or red font. Councilmember McCarthy noticed this required had somehow escaped. And right here is an example of some of the language that sort of the previous format had this mayor and council wish to declare, and then got pretty specific. And then in the sort of enactment section, it was in fact pretty redundant with some of those things being outlined. So we have done this one already, and we can continue to review for other opportunities for minimizing redundancy.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for your always attention to detail. Councilmember Haslund.
That's because I'm a mechanical engineer.
Nobody escapes the McCarthy Inquisition. Thank you, DC, for all of this. You know, there's a lot of words that speak very loudly here, but as we all know, actions speak louder than words. And what is so impressive to me about this effort is that it is a true aspirational, and I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of, but what I see here is the genuine effort to reach across the aisle, so to speak, and to listen to and respond to the needs of the housing emergency, and to be adaptable and be able to evolve, you know, from the declaration of one emergency into another. This is proof positive that these efforts are synergistic, that they're not zero-sum, that they're not competitive, and that we can work together to bring about our objectives for both causes. So thank you for that very much. You know, of course, there's nothing more sustainable and no better effort at carbon neutrality or other climate actions than to reuse an entire property. So this adaptive reuse component and also the leadership component, I think are very powerful and very profound. Again, as the city is just showing how receptive it is to the will of council. And I just want to acknowledge that and your work, Ramon, and also the work of the entire sustainability team and the housing and sustainability commissions and everyone else whose efforts went into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Haslund. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. And just to piggyback off of Councilmember Aslan, you know, I was jotting down as we've been talking through the different subjects that we've gone over so far, and I was going to say it on the last one, but I think it's even more valid here, is that I'm really feeling a theme tonight, and that theme has very much been unification and things, people, community values, strategic objectives, all coming together in really meaningful ways. Focusing in on equity, focusing in on bringing Flagstaff's mission and vision to life in a collective and community-facing way. I agree with Councilmember Aslan, about the significance of this bringing together the climate and housing needs and addressing both of those city-declared emergencies simultaneously. And just reflectively, I remember that question very distinctly from the council appointment process and being asked, are these two things compatible or are they in competition? And this shows very much how they can be compatible. So I'm very excited by this and eager to see it moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the discussion tonight. I think this is exciting. It's helping us keep in line with our declaration of emergencies and keeping us, in line with what we need to be doing, and I appreciate that. The building community resiliency really strikes me, and I guess I'm wondering what the resilient hub looks like. In Phoenix, I think they have like big rooms that they keep cool in the summer for people that may not have AC. Is it something like that, that when it's winter, they can get warm, and when it's fire, they can escape? But is it just a big room that people can go and congregate in?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think there would be some additional policy to determine how to actually use the spaces, but that is sort of the idea, is to ensure that the buildings are built in a way such that they can provide these ameliorating services, and then potentially inviting the community, in particular the vulnerable residents, during disruptive or extreme events, to be able to make sure that they're able to take advantage of those ameliorating services.
Well, I thank you, and I think it's a great way to be proactive as our climate is rapidly changing. We're going to need that, so thank you.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Alator, for this presentation. Again, this is a pivotal moment for synergy among city departments. Now, I'm going to put you and our economic vitality staff on the spot, because as we embark on these changes with the sustainable building ordinance, because we do have an existing program for adaptive reuse under our Choose Flagstaff business retention and business expansion program, the development reinvestment incentive. So this is specific to incentivizing business that will occupy existing buildings. So just a nudge to work with our economic vitality team to also infuse the proposed small changes to the ordinance to our development reinvestment incentive program. And I see Heidi in the chat box. Ms. Hansen, feel free to chime in.
Heidi, if you wanted to just mention what you said in the chat box real quick, that would be great.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager. Always collaborating with sustainability. I think Nicole could tell you that we talk weekly, so we're definitely happy to look into that. And I appreciate Councilmember Salas always remembering the incentives. The incentives are something that all of you have approved over the last 2 years, and they're going very well for our community. And we'll be talking a lot more about that at our annual meeting this week. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Well, with that, I am looking forward to the discussion on November 1st for the consideration for adoption of this. Any other comment, Council, before we move forward? All right. Well, then we are down to agenda item 10B. This is discussion and direction concerning the community assistance teams of Flagstaff Bus.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I think I'll kick this one off. I will invite Nicole with Sustainability to jump in. We can do a little tag team on this, and then turn it over to Wendy White and others to speak to it. In front of you, Council, or in your email inbox, you should have a memo from Wendy White. It was distributed on Friday, just after the packets went out, so it was, timing-wise, we could not get it in the packet in time, but it's in front of you now, and I am going to pull it up on my screen. Can I screen share? Am I able to do that on Teams? Okay, bear with me 1 second, please. Okay. Amazing. I would like to scroll through this and highlight, and then I would invite Wendy White to fill in some details for you. This is basically a verbal staff summary, if you will. The CATS, and CATS is an acronym for Community Assistance Teams of Flagstaff. And this item has been in front of council, so this is not a new topic. It came about earlier in the year, I believe, in the context of budget discussions. And we're back in front of you tonight, Mayor and Council, to chat more about this and specifically address some requests from the folks who are spearheading this wonderful program. The CATS program it involves a outreach/shower bus. It is a mobile facility that provides services. The email from Ms. White articulates all this with great detail. It started up just in August of this year. And in front of you now, and I'm scrolling down just for our viewing public, you have some numbers showing what has happened since the inception of this program. And I won't belabor, but it shows steady increased usage in the services being provided. I'll continue to scroll. Forgive me for that. One item, in a moment, I will ask for Nicole Antonopoulos to provide some detail on this. One item is a recent program that is occurring in conjunction with our sustainability division, and it is the People at Work program funded with a grant from our sustainability office. I'll let Nicole speak more to that. In fact, Nicole, this might be a good time for you to break in and offer some comments, and then I'll get back to the contents of this email, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director. And I am pleased to share some information about our new initiative. And this is under the grant umbrella of our program that we have been referring to as E3, but that stands for Engage, Empower, and Elevate. And this initiative that was launched this year is specifically targeted to assist in providing opportunities to our unsheltered community members and providing a minimum wage opportunity to help us collect and dispose of litter in our community. So really addressing two very important issues that we face in our community, one much more critical than the other. And the CATS team was the recipient of this grant for this year in the amount of $30,000. And we have seen tremendous success in the first month that the People at Work program was initiated, and Wendy can speak to all the impacts of that. But we are really proud of this program. It has been a few years in the making, and it went through a grant process, as I mentioned, and we have a grant agreement with CATS for the next year to implement this project.
Thank you, Nicole. Thanks for that nice narrative. I'll continue and I'll be brief, and then we could hear from Wendy and others on this. I just highlighted a few sentences that popped out when we were reading through this email, the box lunch program, and when Wendy speaks, she can speak to that specifically. It's a program done in collaboration with NACA, and the program you just heard about in conjunction with our sustainability division. I also highlighted where the mobile facility has been parking temporarily. There is apparently a memorandum of understanding with the Coconino Community College to utilize that facility, that campus on Sundays, parking at the Flagstaff Family Food Center on Thursdays, and Wednesdays parking on Brennan Street near the Murdoch Center. It is not operating 7 days a week, just a few days a week. One of the requests, and I'll just speak to it briefly now, is to provide some off-duty parking. There's a temporary arrangement with Flagstaff Family Food Center. That's not a long-term arrangement, and I believe CATS is looking for a long-term arrangement for overnight parking. Wastewater disposal is another ask. Currently, there's a situation occurring utilizing Black Bart's RV park. And operating cost, I've highlighted a summary here of the operating costs, approximately about $300 per day to operate the bus. That includes insurance, maintenance, staff, and associated expenses. Cutting to the chase then, and I'll turn it over to Wendy. Goals are to provide, as I mentioned, to locate a permanent parking facility when the bus is not in use. We have chatted about this at the staff level. We've had a couple of discussions about these requests. There are things we think we can do and would like to vet further internally, parking storage being one of them. We don't know that we have the exact place in mind, but we're happy to roll up our sleeves and look into this. We think this is a doable request on a long-term basis. Other requests of the city involve the provision of potable water for drinking and for showers, as well as maybe the utilization of our wastewater receptacle out at the Wildcat facility. We've chatted about this one with our water services team. This is a little bit of a tricky one. Our utility, of course, operates as an enterprise, and as such, we really don't provide things for free. It's kind of a government-owned business, if you will, and the revenues that are collected through our rates and fees are used to sustain the utility. And so as a matter of precedent, we generally don't, quote, write things off, unquote. However, there may be opportunity to look at some sort of appropriation to cover the operating costs or assist in the operating costs, and those operating costs could indeed include the provision of water and the usage of our wastewater receiving stations. That would be entirely appropriate, and I think would get us out of that messiness of working with the water utility as a enterprise. It was an appropriation that was sought, that occurred, I think, in the budget season. For this current fiscal year, the budget process occurred last spring. And if I recall, and I'm just going off of memory, which is always kind of scary, but the council wanted to have this vetted and wanted it to come back to them, and this is that. It won't come back to you. So we're having that discussion now, and it is just a discussion. We're just looking for a little bit of direction here. But I think I can speak for staff in suggesting that if council is desirous of assisting, it might make sense to do so through an appropriation that could cover the operational costs inclusive of the things I talked about. In addition, we can look at a possible accommodation for overnight storage. The appropriation may have to go through a procurement, pardon me, too many P's, a procurement procedure. So that could take a little bit of time, but we can get through that, and we'll consult with our procurement team on that one. I think I covered all the ground I needed to. There's some nice images. I'm scrolling through right now, nice images in the email. Thank you for providing those, Wendy, showing the work program that was just described, the litter pickup program. I'll end it with that, council. If you have questions of me or Nicole, feel free. Otherwise, Wendy White is here to speak to you.
Thank you, City Manager. Wendy.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me present information to you tonight. We're pretty excited by the progress that we've made in such a short time. While it took us a bit longer to get the bus actually operational than we initially planned, we did get it completed in July, and we have been out driving it around Flagstaff and providing services since then. In August, we the first 2 weeks of August, 3 weeks, I think, we were only out for 2 days a week. And then we added a third day in September, and we have just added a fourth day. Our goal is actually to add a fifth day in November, and if at all possible, to be operational 7 days a week during the winter time when we see the greatest needs. We've given the brief time that we've been in existence, I think with the PAW program, by the way, it's the Cat's Paw program, for those of you who like puns, that's what it is. Those of you who don't, really, it's people at work. So community assistance teams, people at work program. I actually we have a gentleman here today. He's in the back. If you don't mind, Troy, stand up. And this is Troy Myers. Troy is actually currently experiencing being unsheltered, and he is our Cat's Paw supervisor for the moment, and so he has been employed to assist us with supervising the crew as they go out. As you can see, this was actually an alleyway. The picture up here is an alleyway right behind Salsa Brava, and I think we took at least 3 bags of garbage just out of that one alleyway. Today is Tuesday, so Sunday, Friday, we were out on Butler, and the crew removed 21 bags of garbage from Butler, including under the overpass, as well as just along Butler Avenue. So it's been quite successful. The individuals who are working in the program are really pleased with it. And beyond pleased, I was explaining to Nicole, we had a gentleman who came to the bus for services a week and a half ago. He was extremely dejected. He was sleeping literally in the rough. That means without any kind of shelter. He wasn't in a shelter at all, so he just sleeps in a bag or under a blanket wherever he can. He was quite dirty, quite disheveled, and just overall just dejected. When I suggested to him that he could earn a few dollars that day by picking up litter, he first kind of was looking at me like, "Are you kidding me?" And then he said yes, and as a result of that, his demeanor immediately improved after working with us for the day. I also, because he's a big guy and he was having trouble getting clean clothing, I told him that I would find him clothing that would fit him by the next Wednesday. He came back, he'd already gotten a shower, and he came back, he got his new clothes on. The day after that, he came back and he was wearing new clothes, he looked like a new man. And he's only worked for us for 3 days so far, but he was so appreciative of that simple act of providing him with the ability to make a little bit of money doing some honest labor that he was just, it was phenomenal. We have another person who has experienced or does experience mental illness, and we have been able to provide that person with an opportunity for employment probably for the first time in a number of years. Again, has completely changed that person's demeanor, their attitude, and their feeling of self-worth. So while we are also picking up litter, we are creating a sense of community, and we're actually able to bring people who are currently disenfranchised and stigmatized. We're helping them gain some pride and an opportunity to make a little bit of money, which they are using wisely. Another gentleman who was totally stunned with what we were able to do for him and with him, was able to get a free bicycle, but it didn't have a seat. But with the money that he earned on one day, he was able to go and purchase a bike seat to put on his bike. So now he's able to go around, and he's actually looking for work elsewhere as well. So it's an incredible program, and I really appreciate the fact that the city made the funds available, and we're looking forward to continuing the program as best we can. What we're I did bring a letter of support from the Family Food Center, from Ethan Amos, who's the executive director. I didn't have a chance to give it to council ahead of time. I will put it in the record, or it can be handed out to council if you'd like. We are currently, as Mr. Clifton said, we're currently parking in 4 different locations, and we are trying to assess where we're best able to provide services that are needed. So one location right now, we've kind of moved around to 3 different locations trying to find where we are best needed. And so right now we're on East Butler out near I-40, and that's where we actually collected the 21 bags of garbage was in that area. We're also looking, I think there's like 6 shopping carts that are out there, and I'm trying to figure out a way to get them back to their rightful places. But we'll do that later. We couldn't put them on the bus. So what we also have additional individuals here. Jason Kordowski is here. He is currently working with us on the bus, and Kate Harding, I think you met previously, is also here in support, and she's a young attorney who's recently moved to town. What we are asking, really, the crux of the matter is finding a good location for us to park the bus overnight while it's not in use, and while it's not in use. What we would ideally like would be a place where we can park it that's somewhat secure. It doesn't have to be total security or anything, but somewhat secure location where we're able to access a electrical outlet. Costs maybe 36 cents in electricity to recharge the onboard battery. If it's fully discharged, it very rarely gets fully discharged, so you're talking a couple of cents worth of electricity, but we need to do that in order to have our lights in our pump and everything on the bus operational. We would also like to be able to have access to a hose bib. We were thinking that we could get water from the Bonita Street location, but that's actually, my husband explained to me, he's a contractor, by the way, explained to me that if we tried to use that water, we would basically flood the bus with it. So we really just need a hose bib to fill the tank. So it's a 125-gallon tank that we need to fill, and that provides us with approximately 10 to 15 showers, depending on whether we can get people out of the shower once they're in it, because they're really enjoying having a warm shower. The other things we're doing, we did not realize the extent of the need for clothing, and we are distributing quite a bit of clothing from the bus. So we get donations of clothing, and we're distributing that. That's a need that is apparently, well, it's an ongoing need. As well as warm items, particularly for the winter now. We've got blankets requested, hats requested, got a wonderful bag of home knitted hats the other day, and people have been just eating those up. They love them. So hats, gloves, everything that you need to survive outside in the cold weather. With regard to the wastewater, we understand that's potentially a difficulty, and it's not undoable to use black BARTs. They do have a public waste site there. It's $8 per dump. If we use that, if we dump it every day, if we were out every day, we're looking at, well, you do the math. So less than $3,650 per year in dump fees. So it's really not an unworkable solution. And if that's a sticking point, we're fine. We can continue to use black BARTs. It would be more convenient if we had a location where we could park, where we could do the dump site on location, but we can work with what we've got. So we're really just extraordinarily pleased with what we've accomplished so far. We think that this is a model. The folks that are using the bus are ecstatic about what we're providing. They're very pleased with being able to get showers when they need showers. We also found that we are providing showers to people who are in town to work, but they don't have a place to live while they're in town to work. And so they're either sleeping unsheltered while working, or staying even at a shelter while they're working. But the shelter hours don't give them the opportunity to get a shower. So the other night, we had somebody come by right at 5:30 who had been working all day, and he took a shower, and afterwards he said he was just so happy to be able to get the concrete dust off him from having worked all day pouring concrete and stuff. So there's a large need. You know, we have other people who are honestly living in tents or just sleeping bags out there who are working in this community, but they are unsheltered and they have needs, and we are not meeting them as a community. We are trying to do our best to try to fill some of those gaps. I think we'd love to be able to expand our program, but we don't want to get too far in advance of what we can do. So we're just happy with where we are right now. So I also brought a copy of our current bus schedule, parking schedule. If any of you would like it, I do have copies of that as well. And hopefully I've said all that I need to say, but I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Wendy. We do have a public participant on this item before we get to council discussion and questions. And would like to invite Deborah Harris up to the podium.
May I, just before Deborah, Daryl Marks is also here, and he's the chair of the board. I wasn't sure if he was going to make it, so if there's a chance for him to say anything, even though he wasn't able to sign up, if council would give us leave to do that.
I'd be happy to.
All right, thank
Love to hear from Daryl, but let's start with Deborah Harris.
Thank
you. Daryl, fill out a card.
Hi, good evening, everyone, council members, mayor. And a special huge thank you to the community assistance team for a creative idea to resolve or to address an issue in our community. And so they definitely deserve kudos for that. While the team did contact me at the Murdoch Center to talk about parking the bus outside the center, and I thought it would be fine. I didn't have an issue with that. But I think reaching out to the community where the bus will be parked would probably be better so that community members can understand what's going on, how often the bus will be there, what's going to happen while it's there. I think it will go a long way to helping people understand what's happening. Right now, there's a lot of misinformation about the bus. Some people think it's parked there all the time, that it will be unattended, and I know for a fact that that's not the case. But I don't know enough about their program to talk to the residents about that. So I think a frequently asked question paper would probably go a long way to dispelling some of the myths that are out there. And so that's something that the team would need to do. We will be more than happy to put that information up on our Facebook page and on our website to help distribute that. But I think going door to door in the community would be really, really helpful, and just leaving something on the doorstep for people so that they understand what's happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Councilmember McCarthy has a question for you.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Thank you for coming today. My understanding is the proposal is that this bus will be parked on the street in front of the Murdoch Center. Would it make sense that maybe they parked up on the parking lot of Murdoch, which might be less threatening to the people in the neighborhood? You have any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'm not exactly sure it can get up into the parking lot. An engineer will probably need to look at that, just the way the wires hang down, the electrical wires. So I'm not sure that it can make it up without pulling those wires down. And I don't think that it's an issue of where, that it's parked up in our parking lot. I think that the issue is that people are concerned about who will be using the bus. Will it be staffed? How often will it be staffed? Will it be left unattended? All of those kinds of questions. And so, like I said, a frequently asked question paper would be really helpful. And I don't know enough questions to ask or to do it. And it's not my program, so I don't feel like I need to do that. I don't want to misrepresent them.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Then Daryl Marks, please.
Good evening. So I could answer some of those questions, but I want to use the time to just say, you know, what we're doing with community action teams with the bus is just scratching the surface. There's a lot more that we are seeing in our community. There's a lot greater need. And I don't know if that's just because COVID exacerbated a lot of the situations that people are going through, but that we've also seen new community come into Flagstaff. And so the need just keeps growing. And I don't know if that is something that if we're meeting that need right now. There's a lot that needs to be done. And we're looking to you as City Council to help us in this effort, because not only is there a lot of work to be done, but there's a lot of opportunities for the city to step forward and participate in some of the work that's being done. As you heard from Wendy, there's some requests that we put forward. I don't think that those requests are asking for too much, because we know that on our end, there's a lot of work that we can be doing. And there's a lot more things that we can be providing and putting out to the community. It's just a matter of, do we have the funding? Do we have the capacity? And we're working on that. We're organizing behind that to get those things made. And I appreciate the comments, because it's helping us recognize not only that there are gaps in what we do, because when we came together, we were looking at the gaps in the services that the City of Flagstaff provides and doesn't provide, and we tried to meet that need. And I see that in our efforts to be better citizens, right, and providing these services to our relatives and being better relatives ourselves in that process, that there's opportunities for us to be better communicators. And I hope that we can do that not only as an organization, but that we can ask the city to help in that messaging. One of the things that we know, and I don't want to spend too much time on it, picking on it, because I think we've heard it enough that we should make something change, is that we haven't helped our unsheltered relatives feel welcomed in Flagstaff. There's been a lot of policy and practice that have changed the way that we treat our relatives. And you've heard me stand here before with other organizations, with other people, with my own family, to say that these things need to change. I have relatives that are unsheltered, and I can't always bring them into my home because they're in a situation that they're not ready to come home. But they're home with this mountain. And so we need to help take care of them while we're in this space. So I'm asking of you, as the City Council, to help us in that relationship building. So yeah.
Thank you, Daryl. With that, I'd like to open up to council discussion on this issue. Do have several parts of the request, so if we could also make sure we're clear on that front so we can give staff proper direction.
Yes, 1 second, please. I can pull them up.
While it's being pulled up, I will just say that it is amazing the work that you all are doing right now, and what you've done to put together this bus, the services you're providing the community, the way you're connecting with the individuals to provide more self-actualization and self-content with individuals is amazing. And I want to support that in the realm that we can on the city government, and we will get into the details on that here forthcoming. So, City Manager, did you want to do a quick outline of the checkpoints on this, or I can review as well?
And thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll attempt. It will be verbalized, and this memo, or email that you have in front of you, is in your inbox, highlights all of these. I've highlighted them. You'll have to find them in the email, but they are not all in one succinct place. But to summarize, off-duty parking is a request. Again, they are looking for a long-term arrangement. They currently have something that will provide a short-term arrangement for them. Wastewater disposal, the provision of potable water along with that, so wastewater and water. A request to assist in the operating costs, which are approximated to be about $300 a day. And we heard from Wendy White that they would like to expand the program.
Is that times 365?
I don't know that it's anticipated that this would be a 7-day-a-week operation, so that would be a question for Wendy White. I'm trying to recall what the ask was for the current budget year, and my vague recollection was it was something around $35,000 or $37,000.
I believe it was 37,500
Thank
that we
you.
had
Okay.
allocated this year.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor, for that. What else? And then, as I mentioned, this isn't an ask, but it's a caveat. We would need to check in with our procurement team to make sure we're doing this properly if there is a desire to do an appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. So in essence, we're looking at off-duty parking, wastewater and potable water, and then operating costs. Those are the 4 questions. So if council would like to give some general comments, I'll open it up, and then I think we should just go through the checklist and see where we're at so we can give proper direction. So Councilmember Aslan and then Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. So just one thought that comes to mind. This is obviously very worthwhile, and it's an underserved population. It's an under-recognized need. Thank you so much for stepping out and being the pioneers on this. It's long overdue, and I would hope that our community would be generally fairly welcoming of this operation. I'm sure there are stories that are exceptions to prove the rule, but I do remain hopeful that this is something that our community can really get behind. I think it's also something council can get behind, and I'm reminded that we have, I believe, it's $15,000 of discretionary spending, council purse that we have each year. We're not really in the habit of invoking that pot of money throughout the year, although we should get into the habit of doing that. And I don't know how this works. You invoked procurement. So I just wanted to mention for everybody to have in your mind the possibility that we could pony up a few of our discretionary dollars to this effort as well. Obviously, it's just an idea that I'm throwing out there. There's lots of different ways that we need to juggle how to spend that money throughout the year. But just a thought to that, add to the mix as we get the conversation going. And I'll keep my comments there for now. I'm looking forward to hearing what others have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
So my direction is yes on all 4. Fully fund the 37,500 requests if possible, pending procurement process, and more if possible. Because I believe in this program, and I fully support it in my individual and as a council member here at the dais. The CATS program is serving a much needed, is providing a much needed service to our relatives and neighbors. I do want to stay in touch with Ms. White, wearing my Arizona at Work Coconino County Workforce Board, because there may be some opportunities to tap into Workforce Board dollars, which is federal mandated dollars, Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, to do some job training or even referral to services like creating a resume or preparing for a job interview if your customers want to seek that service. It's available, and they also get paid to get trained for certain jobs. So I'll give you my Arizona at Work business card later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. I did want to ask real quick. So the 37,500 that we had discussed this last budget cycle, has that been allocated? Are we sitting on that to decide on procurement, or where are those dollars that we've set aside already?
Thank you. I'm not sure if Rick Tatter is in the room. It looks like he might be. Rick, my recollection is that that was budgeted, but help me out on that. Is that money appropriated or budgeted, or what's the status?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. The funding has been approved and is sitting in our non-departmental fund. Nothing has been spent of those resources at this time. It's just waiting for council direction and procurement to utilize those funds.
So tonight we can give approval of that 37,500 we've already set aside, whether it needs to go through procurement or not, and then we can consider in the future upping that ante, but it is sitting there that we've already allocated, and I think this is an appropriate time to give that direction. But I will turn it over to Councilmember House, just had that question on where that was at.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am also in full support of all four of these, and just want to say again, thank you to both of you and all of you, the full team that's working on this, for what you're doing. Ms. White, I remember you reaching out a long time ago about all of this, and I did not expect that this would be the capacity in which we'd be reconnecting on it, but I am certainly happy to be in this position to say yes to this. I'm very grateful for the work that you're doing, and especially the recognition of the gaps that exist within the community, and that you're partnering in the different ways that you are to fill those gaps. I do want to focus back on Ms. Harris's comment about the engagement with the community and making sure that that information gets out there. I also am fully in belief in our community that this is something that the community would embrace, but I think that's very helpful for folks that may have those questions to be able to get those answers. So very grateful, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everybody. Wendy, Daryl, and team, wow, amazing, amazing work you all are doing, changing lives, and big shout out to you all for really taking the lead on this and working with the city on all these important things. We so appreciate it. And Council, I'm glad to hear that there is, it sounds like support for the funds here. It means a lot to me and a lot to our community. Councilmember Salas, I'm going to use the same quote you said and say, I too believe in this program, and I'm so grateful that you do as well. So thank you for that, and your ideas with the workforce dollars and partnership, I think, is wonderful. Leading into the winter, I see such a great need for this operation, the CATS team and what they're offering. So I'm so glad to see us really be doubling down on our partnership. And the pause program is wonderful. So thank you for, again, your partnership to the CATS team and to our sustainability team as well. I really am stoked about that effort. We really need all paws on deck. Just, anyways, not there to see if I got anyone to chuckle, but anyways, sounds like we're in the right direction. Wendy, my one question for you is, I remember, I believe in your email, you mentioned parking exception to the 2-hour limitations. I haven't necessarily heard that being brought up tonight. So if you have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear it. If that is one of the requests that we should be considering. But other than that, Mayor, I'm in favor of all four. But Wendy, if you have any thoughts, go ahead.
May I? Thank you. Yes, please. At this point, I don't think we really need that exception. I think that the location, I think Ms. Harris's comments are well taken, and we did reach out to at least one community member who was quite in favor of what we were doing after we spoke with him, but we will do more in the Murdoch Center area with that. But I don't think at this point we actually need any special leave for parking. I think we can work with what we have, so it's really not something that we need council to weigh in on, as far as I can tell.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Wendy. And Mayor, my last comment is really just that, I'm looking forward to doing a ride along with the CATS team, and I'm sure that the team would be open to any of us joining them for a ride along. So council members, if you do feel empowered to go on a ride along with them, please do reach out to Wendy. I think that'd be a very valuable experience for all of us. And last thing is just, City Manager, I just want to express gratitude for you and your leadership in bringing this forward to us. This is great, and I'm glad that the council is getting a chance to weigh in on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think this is a great program. I would like to see us figure out how we can make it work. As far as storing this bus on city property overnight, I don't have any problem with that at all. That seems pretty straightforward. Considering Mrs. Harris's comments, I am a little concerned about special privileges parking in the neighborhood without some outreach to the community. But on the other hand, I just heard that they may not need that exception. 2 hours may be enough. So I guess that's good. I think we have a responsibility to the water, what's the word I'm looking for? Enterprise funds. The water enterprise funds, that we not, give away things that we are not giving away to anyone else. So I think the city manager's suggestion that we could take some funding and then put that into the enterprise funds would be reasonable. And those prices, if we only charge what the actual cost is, would probably be very minimal, probably way less than they're charging at a commercial place that was mentioned. I just had a thought that, in a way, this is kind of, is it duplicating services that are already being provided by Flagstaff Shelter Services? I'm wondering that out loud. I'm not going to ask for a question on it, an answer on it, but if anybody does have a comment, I'd be interested. So overall, I'm supportive, a little concerned about a few of the little details, but we need to make this happen one way or the other.
One of you'd like to respond to the question?
Let me follow up a little bit more.
Okay, yeah, in 1 minute.
We give money directly or indirectly to other charity type things through the United Way, etc. I just hope that we're not treating this project very differently than we're treating other projects. So in all fairness to all projects, again, I'm very supportive of this project, but I think we have a responsibility to not just single out one organization in some special way where we would not do that for other organizations.
Thank you, Councilman. Just with regard to the question about whether we're duplicating services with Flagstaff Shelter Services, we are not. Many of the people who we are actually engaging in and those who we want to engage in are not currently making use of or are not able to make use of the current shelter system. There are reasons for that. There are people who suffer from mental illness and they're not able to handle the situation by going into a congregate shelter service. There are other people who, for whatever reason, they're not eligible or they're uncomfortable. I know, for example, one or more of the women who we've been providing providing shower services to have indicated their concerns for personal safety in the shelter situation. Whether that's legitimate or not, I don't know, but they have that concern. So we're really trying to connect with people who are not utilizing current services, and those that come to us, we are also attempting to connect them to other available services. So our goal is not to duplicate, but to expand the services that are available.
I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sweet, and then we'll go to Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Wendy, and bringing this to us. I'm sad that I missed the grand opening this summer and would like to take you up on an invitation for a ride-along. And if you have the calendar of where the bus will be, I would like a copy of that as well. I'm a yes on the funding, definitely, and hope that you can get to that 7-day-a-week goal. I think it's needed. And to city manager's idea of the water enterprise funds, if that helps make it a cleaner transaction for that portion of the ask, I'm in for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on Councilmember McCarthy's comments. You know, I appreciate where your mind's at, Councilmember McCarthy. I just wanted to also add, Wendy, I think you'd agree with me, a big difference between a fixed site service and a mobile service is that we're really taking the service to the people with the cats. And that makes a big difference. I think we all can appreciate that, especially if someone's experiencing being, you know, unsheltered. And so just wanted to add that too. I don't think that this is duplicating a effort. I think that this is only taking that effort one step further. So again, very grateful for the efforts of the cats, but hopefully that helps Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. So I would just like to state that regarding the whole water enterprise funds, it does create some complications and a bit of a slippery slope with regards to providing free water specifically to one nonprofit versus others, or to wastewater. And it would make it a lot more simplistic bureaucratically to just assist in operating costs that then would cover their costs, as opposed to creating a new mechanism that we really have not seen before. When I spoke to Water Services about it, they couldn't come up with a case where we were giving free water to a nonprofit, for example. So in that regard, just to simplify things, I'm in supportive of all four, but to simplify things, I think that we can give an additional amount for operating costs to cover what would otherwise be for wastewater and for potable water. So that way, same end, but just a little more simplistic on the government side. Councilmember Salas.
Yes, I would agree with that solution, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out, though, that every year council approves over $100,000 to absorb the cost of unpaid water bills, unpaid city cost bill, water, wastewater, parking, trash pickup from existing clients and residents and business and residential. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
With that in mind, if we are able to then cover those costs and just cap this off, I would, we were already hearing council majority saying, or unanimously saying, that we can look at parking. We'll leave that to city staff's discretion on the location. Let's make sure that outreach efforts are taken into account to make sure everyone knows what's going on in the surrounding area, if that is, you know, depending on the area, if it's in residential. That I would suggest that though we had previously approved $37,500 for this, already budgeted, I would suggest that we give a little bit more to cover the operating costs of the water to satiate all of what we've said tonight. I would suggest $40,000. Round it up, and let's leave it at that. So yes to parking and 40,000 if that, and if we need to go through procurement, obviously you all know the mechanisms. So do it in the appropriate manner that it's done in a fair way towards how we procure these monies for other purposes and other manners. Does that sound good to council? I'm saying nodding heads, but, and thumbs ups, so.
That's good direction, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for a very thoughtful discussion. We'll come back to you at some point and let you know in details what has come of it all.
Excellent, thank you much. And with that, we are 2 hours into the meeting, so this is a good time for a break, and we'll come back for the noise ordinance. Thank you. Let's give 17 minutes, so 5:20. It's 5:03 now, let's start up at 5:20. All right, I think we're ready to get this party started here. We are down to agenda item, hold on. Agenda item 10C, this is the nuisance noise ordinance discussion. Take us away.
All right, Mayor, Council, my name is Paul Lasewicki. I'm a Deputy Chief of Support Services at the Flagstaff Police Department. Joining us virtually is going to be Sam Hord. He's a representative from MD Acoustics, who's the sound consultant who conducted the sound study that's going to help guide some of the elements of this city's nuisance noise ordinance. Also with me tonight is Mary Ann Sullivan. She's our police department's legal advisor and the author of the ordinance, and of course, Chief of Police Dan Musselman. In this presentation today, to lay some ground, first going to look at the background of this problem that kind of got us here today. From there, in an effort to help guide your decisions and what our ordinance is going to look like, I'll provide some foundational information about how the ordinance might be enforced. The background of the problem started in 2019, actually, not 2020. Somebody contacted City Council about intentional noise pollution, and it was specifically in regards to people who modified their vehicles to make them intentionally louder. It wasn't until June 2021 that some neighborhood citizens got together and made a contact with the City Council to request the draft of a nuisance noise ordinance. So in 2021, the council requested that the police department draft a nuisance noise ordinance. In September of 2021, the initial ordinance was presented to the council, and the council requested some further discussion about that in January of 2022. So in January 25th of 2022, council requested a study as we were discussing. So the sound study was requested, and we contracted with MD Acoustics. They completed the study and presented it to us, the police department, in June of 2022. And also in June of 2022, we started reaching out to the community to try and get some input on what they would like to see in this ordinance. So we did 2 Coffee with a Cop events focusing on the sound study. And in August, we did a Southside Neighborhood Sound Study discussion meeting. And there were some further concerns brought up at that meeting about people being allowed to present information to us that we could include into the ordinance. So in October, we issued a press release and solicited more information from people, more suggestions about what they think the sound ordinance should look like in a town hall meeting on the 6th of this month. So to help guide you through the development of the ordinance, I can preemptively answer a few questions about what the ordinance might look like. For example, how is the sound level going to be measured? To provide a little context, I'd like to go over some very basic properties of sound. For example, when I say sound, what do I mean? Sound is produced by a series of compressions through the air, in this case. More energy used to cause the air to compress, the more intense the waves of compressed air, the larger the wave amplitude, the louder the sound. For our purposes, we measure the intensity of these air compressions, or how loud the sound is, and we present that finding in a unit called decibels. Just to offer a frame of reference, 0 decibels is the average threshold for human hearing. We can't hear any of the air compressions that occur below 0 decibels of intensity. On the other hand, 140 decibels is the average threshold for pain. That means that at 140 decibels, the air compressions are so intense that they cause pain to our ears. Here's a range of examples of different sound levels that they might find in the environment. Unwanted sound is referred to as noise. In addition to sound intensity or loudness, we also have different options for how to measure different qualities of sound. Go back to this slide. Specifically, we can weigh sound levels based on the scale of sound or the pitch or wavelength, how low or high the tone is. While there's a wide range of perceptible sound scales, there are two sound scales that represent the industry standard by which sounds are measured. It's the A scale and the C scale. We're going to refer to those as dBA and dBc respectively. Sound levels that are most commonly measured using an A-weighted scale, because A scale is most closely approximated to the human perception of sound. And that is, A scale weighting does this by filtering out low frequency sounds we don't typically perceive as a problem at low intensities. That being said, while humans don't typically perceive low frequency sound as a problem at low intensities, we're much more sensitive to those same sounds when they're produced at higher intensities. It's like the thump, thump, thump of a loud bass, or the rumbling of a tractor trailer using a ascension brake. Measurements of high intensity, low frequency sound are best captured using C-scale weighting. And this instrument that we're going to be using measures those air compressions in both of those scales. So what instrument are we going to be used to measure the sound levels? Sound level measurement device that we're going to be using is going to be a Casella brand Cell 24X. This model has an ANSI, American National Standard Institute, Type 2 rating, which means it's accurate to plus or minus 2 decibels or less. It's capable of recording both dBA and dBc weighted measurements, and it'll capture average sound levels over time, as well as impulse sounds, like sounds that don't occur over kind of a longitudinal measurement. Our officers are going to be required to be certified in the operation of these meters before we will allow them to be used in an investigation. Each sound level meter comes with its own calibration instrument, and officers will be required to calibrate the sound level meter before each use. So what's a typical nuisance noise ordinance investigation going to look like? First off, we're not going to be driving around with our little sound meters looking for a self-initiated investigation into a noise disturbance. We're going to respond to calls for service. Somebody has a complaint about a noise issue, they're going to call the police, and we're going to respond to that now loud noise complaint. An officer is going to be dispatched to contact a reporting person. If there is no reporting person, like if the person that's calling wants to remain crime stop or wants to be anonymous, the officer is going to have to investigate that incident the way that we normally do it now, which is using a more subjective standard of reasonableness. Well, like the officer is going to go out there and decide for themselves whether or not the level of noise is reasonable or not, given the circumstances, the totality of the circumstances. That's the standard that we use right now. We don't have an objective standard. That's the standard that exists in the crime disorderly conduct. That's all we have right now. So when the officer goes out there, and they're going to interview the reporting party and any witnesses, they're going to activate their body camera. If the reported offense is ongoing, meaning that it's happening while the officer's there and can observe it, the officer is going to first determine where the noise is coming from. They're going to walk around and investigate, pinpoint exactly where the noise is coming from. At that point, the officer, who is going to be, again, certified in the operation of the sound level meter, is going to calibrate their sound meter in the field of view of the body camera so that the prosecutor can see that that's been done. The officer will stand at the required location for measuring the noise ordinance, the noise according to the ordinance, wherever that is that you decide that's going to be. And the officer will measure the source noise, that is the offending noise, for whatever span of time is required by the ordinance. And that's another thing that you guys are going to have to decide. The officer will then wait at the required location for the source noise to stop and then take another sound level measurement to capture the level of ambient sound absent the source sound. Now, if the source noise continues without stopping, so the officer is unable to get an on-site but off-source measurement, the officer is going to take an ambient sound level measurement at a location that kind of approximates the sound conditions of the required location, but that excludes the source noise. It's the neighborhood residual noise or the ambient noise, absent the source noise, which is the offending noise. If at that time the officer determines that a violation of the nuisance noise ordinance has occurred, the officer will consider the totality of the circumstances and then take whatever enforcement action is appropriate. I mentioned before that during our Southside neighborhood meeting, we heard from some of the citizens some concerns about their safety in voicing their concerns to us. So we did the additional town hall meeting, and these are some of the comments that we heard from citizens. And we also heard comments from citizens regarding the vehicle-related noise that is a part of this ordinance. So with that, if Sam is on, I'd like Sam to discuss the findings of the sound study.
Absolutely. Turn my camera here. Okay. All right. Thank you, Deputy Chief Lazowicki. So I'm going to walk through just a high-level overview of the study that we conducted, and then with the recommendations that we provided for the sound limits to be implemented by the city. Okay, so just a brief overview. We were hired by the city to perform a noise study to get a sense of what the existing noise levels are, so to inform policymakers as they consider implementing a noise limit. So our baseline, in order to do so, we conducted a baseline noise survey at 43 locations that were selected in conjunction with the city to determine the existing noise environment. Measurements were performed at roadway intersections, parks, restaurants, bars, other commercial uses, near passing trains, and at residential uses. Measurements were performed at the 43 locations, both during the day, both at busy times and at less busy times. So for example, intersections were measured during rush hour between 5 and 7 p.m. and also at other times of the day, like on a Tuesday morning, 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. to determine what the noise level is at peak hours and off-peak hours. Measurements were performed for 5-minute durations and were measured in both the A-weighted and C-weighted noise levels to determine what is going on noise-wise in the city of Flagstaff. So our report includes detailed maps of the locations that were measured and includes over 150 pages worth of field sheets with notes and detailed metrics. So for just to give a quick overview of some of the measurements that were performed, for park noise measurements, we measured Wheeler Park both during Hullabaloo Festival and when Hullabaloo Festival was not there. We measured Thorpe Park, Mars Hill, Heritage Square during a busier time, and Fox Glen Park.
Can I
One second,
interrupt?
here. Councilman Raslin?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you're showing us a presentation that we're not seeing. It seems like
So
that might be the case.
I'm actually just looking at my report. If you want, I can bring it up. How can we do that?
It's up to you. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing something you thought we were seeing.
Nope, you're not missing anything. You've all received the report that we conducted, correct?
Yeah, nothing.
Yep.
It was just there was a static screen here in the council chambers.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, this screen is fine. I'm just going through the report to give an overview of what was measured. For the council members that have already read through the report, this is old news, but for the general public that is hearing this for the first time, just a quick summary of what was performed. Thank you. So yeah, table 1 here shows the measurements and the times of day that were measured at the parks. Table 2 shows the traffic noise measurements. The city of Flagstaff, as you know, is home to major roadways, historic Route 66, I-40, the railroad. We measured all of that, both during peak hours or when during a train pass-by event, and off-peak hours and when there was not a train. This was to inform traffic noise policy. Table 3 shows residential uses that were measured, including some that are adjacent to commercial. Of the quiet, what we would assume to be the quieter conditions in the city. Okay, we measured out in Pine Canyon, which is a residential area that's typically very quiet. However, this was a day when there was residential construction going on, and we were able to capture a snapshot of how construction noise noise measurements that were performed. We measured several different venues at the property lines, including Collins Irish Pub, the Southside Tavern, the Mayor, the Annex Patio, the Orpheum. We also measured near a Target and Safeway.
Hey, Sam, sorry, could you enlarge the presentation so that the tables could be read a little more easily? Just a couple notches of magnification. Oh, that's on our end. Okay, cool.
Is that better?
Perfect. How's that?
Excellent.
Excellent. In table 4, the noise measurements that are highlighted in orange were measured during a period of higher activity. Unhighlighted measurements are during periods with little to no activity, or provided a daytime ambient. Okay. So you can see in this table, you have 2 columns on the right, LAEQ, that's the A-weighted noise metric, and the LCEQ. The primary difference between the A-weighted and C-weighted metric, as was described by Deputy Chief Lazowicki earlier, are that the A-weighted metric filters out a lot of the low frequency noise, like the bass. The C-weighted metric captures more of that information. And so the C-weighted levels are always higher than the A-weighted levels just by virtue of the filter that's used. And the C-weighted levels are more accurate as to capturing if there's like a thump or like a bass drum or a bass guitar or something. So with these measurements in hand, we had a better sense of what is going on noise-wise in the city of Flagstaff, and we used that to inform our policy recommendations. So in our line of work, we work in cities all over the United States, and we are constantly reading different noise ordinances that are existing. We do a lot of work in Arizona, California, Pennsylvania. We're all over the country. We look through dozens and dozens of noise ordinances over the course of a year. And so all of that experience kind of informed, in addition to the real world measurements that we performed in the city of Flagstaff, helped to inform our policy recommendations. Okay. So in addition to the measurements that we took, we also provided, as part of our study, a couple of representative noise ordinances to illustrate some different policies that we see in lots of different cities. We specifically chose the city of Sedona and the city of Boulder, Colorado, because their noise ordinances contained representative policies that we see throughout the country and seem particularly relevant to the city of Flagstaff. Sedona, because it's in a northern Arizona city, although it is quite different from the city of Flagstaff. And the city of Boulder, Colorado, because it's a high elevation college city, more similar to Flagstaff in size and character. Okay, so with the purpose in mind of creating an objective measure by which an officer could respond to a noise complaint, we provided the following recommendations for policymakers to consider. Okay. One thing that's quite common in cities throughout the country is a noise limit that's based on the zoning. We recommend separate residential, mixed use, commercial, and industrial limits for the receiving properties. This is something that's done all over the country. Typically, you'll see residential noise limits are the quietest, and commercial are sort of in the middle, and industrial limits are the highest. The reason for that is because you don't want to apply the same noise standard for a neighborhood as you would for an industrial area. You don't want to restrict business operations or industrial operations too much. So it's about finding a balance between the needs of residences versus other uses. So we recommend that where two different uses are adjacent to each other, the quieter noise limit be applied. That's fairly standard in noise ordinances that we see. We recommend including both a dBA and a dBc noise limit for the LEQ, continuous average noise limit. LEQ is the metric that's used most commonly in noise ordinances, and providing a dBc limit in addition to a dBA limit helps to protect from low frequency noise that may otherwise be troublesome. MD recommends incorporating a time average limit LEQ for continuous noise sources, and we recommend separate day and night limits. That's also typical across the country. A noise ordinance should specify where the noise is to be measured, and we recommend measuring the noise at the property line of the complainant's property. The location makes a difference as to the noise levels that would be recommended. If the location is at the building facade, for example, we might give different noise limit recommendations than if it's at the property line. We recommend the property line because people have should have the right to enjoy their outdoor spaces and not just indoor spaces. But that's something that could be considered as well for like a daytime or a nighttime limit. Specifications for the time period over which sound is to be measured. So this one is tricky because if you measure for too short of a period of time, then something like a short duration event could throw off the measurement and skew it higher than what is actually happening. So we recommend measuring the sound for at least 2 to 5 minutes for the enforcement of continuous noise. If you measure it too short and a loud car drives by during your measurement, it can really skew the measurement, and it wouldn't be as accurate as to what's actually going on. So we also provided some definitions for considering ambient noise levels. We defined ambient and residual sound as it's defined in the ANSI standard S12.9. And that would involve measuring the sound level with the noise source that's being complained about and also without the noise source. The reason that needs to be considered is because as cities grow, there's the potential for the ambient noise level to exceed the limits that are put in the code. And we see that all the time. Cities will have a noise limit, for example, of 65, but the noise due to traffic will surpass it and it'll be 68 or 70 decibels just without anything else on. And so typically you include something that says, if the residual sound exceeds the limit in the table, the residual sound plus 3 dB is the limit. So that's sort of an industry best practice approach to that. Because as cities grow, they do tend to become noisier with just through normal operations. Okay. We put in there a recommendation to consider impulse noise and to treat it differently from continuous noise. Extremely high noise levels for a short duration of time, such as a gunshot or a firecracker, is typically evaluated using a different noise metric, like a peak level metric or an Lmax, instead of with an LEQ. And that's because something like a gunshot can be highly disruptive and an incredibly short duration to achieve the same impact as like continuous noise sources. Okay. And then item 6, we recommend incorporating exemptions to nuisance noise regulations for the following activities. So lawn maintenance, power tools, and equipment like that during allowable hours, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and weekdays or on weekends and holidays, that's typically exempted from a nuisance noise ordinance so that people can work on maintaining their property without worrying about getting a citation. And same with construction noise. Usually it's restricted by saying as long as it occurs during allowable times of days and days of the week, then it's exempt from the noise ordinance. Noises from activities for school, government, or community groups, safety signals, warning and alarm devices or shouts, emergency generators, storm warning sirens, and the authorized testing of such equipment is often exempted. Noise created by utilities, garbage collection, aircraft or trains, doesn't have to abide by the nuisance noise regulation. Regular traffic noise and special events are all, these are all typical exemptions that are included as items in a noise ordinance. For vehicular noise regulations, we recommend including language to prohibit the operation of vehicles without exhaust mufflers designed to prevent excessive or unusual noise. And then if you do put noise limits on traffic, some things to consider are the size and type of the motor vehicle and based on the speed limit where the offense takes place. Okay. All that being said, we've condensed these recommendations into 2 tables, one for community noise standards and one for motor vehicle noise limits. So in this table, we sort it by the type of use, a residential area, and between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., we would recommend a 50 dBA noise standard and a 65 dBc noise standard. And from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. during daytime hours, it would be up 5 decibels from that. For mixed use area, this would include like residential adjacent to commercial or commercial adjacent to residential, or sorry, commercial adjacent to industrial. We recommend a noise standard of 55 dBA and 70 dBc at night, and 5 decibels higher than that during the day. And then for a commercial area, 65 dBA versus 80 dBc at night, and during daytime hours, 65 dBA and 80 dBc, the same. For industrial areas, at night and during the day, the same limit, 75 dBA and 90 dBc. Okay. For motor vehicles, we recommend classification, limits based on the classification, the speed limit. So for a speed limit of 35 miles per hour or less, and a vehicle with a gross weighting of 6,000 pounds or more, an 88 dBA limit, and for speed limits of 35 miles per hour or less, or for speed limits of 35 miles per hour or more, a 92 dBA limit. For any other motor vehicle and any combination of vehicles, an 82 dBA limit for 35 miles per hour or less speed limit zones, and 86 dBA limit for 35 mile per hour or higher speed limit area. Okay. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the noise study or the measurements that were taken or the recommendations that we have provided. And I'll turn it over. I believe Dan was going to pick up from here.
Thank you, Council. Do we have any questions regarding the noise study? Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I have a lot of statements, but I'll just start with questions. Table 5 talks about LEQ, which is average sound level. Table 6 doesn't specify what is being measured. I mean, as we know, dBs are used for probably 50 or 60 different parameters, some in sound, some outside of sound. Basically, dB is just a ratio from a measured quantity to a standard quantity. So I guess my specific question is, in Table 6, are those L max, in other words, the maximum sound level, as opposed to Table 5, which is average sound level?
That is an excellent question. One moment, please. Let me think about that for a second. So that is an average sound level metric.
Table 6 is?
I believe so.
Okay, but I'll let you think about that, and while you're thinking about it, I'll make a comment.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. I believe that's actually an L max. That makes a lot more sense as an L max.
Yeah, it's got to be
You
L
have to be able
max.
to measure it almost instantaneously. So that's got to be an L max.
I agree.
Any other questions regarding the noise study? All right, with that, I'll turn it back over to Deputy Chief and Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. So from here, we did have some questions we were hoping to get your input on, but I don't know if you want to take public first. But let me just show you the next 3 slides. That way you'll know kind of what questions are coming your direction. So we're asking about the hours. Should we consider 1 decibel limit for all zoning types to make it simple, or keep it split up? Are the levels, dBA levels satisfactory? Is the fine schedule satisfactory? One question raised during the town hall, should we remove the weight limit on vehicles? Again, should we have just 1 decibel limit or the 2 different ones based on the speed of the roadway? Because higher speed limits, motors working faster, harder, so it should be louder. And are we good with the location of measurement being outside the traffic lane of the violator. We don't want to put people in harm's way trying to get a measure. And again, is the fine schedule satisfactory? So those are some of the questions we were hoping to answer, but we'll turn it over for public participation.
Thank you, Chief. We'll start off with Michael Collier.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I really appreciate the effort that the sound experts put into this effort to define primarily building noise. They included the Sedona report, which I thought very wisely prohibits animals from barking, squealing, crowing, or howling. I thought that was funny. The Boulder Code did talk about decibel limits, but it also wisely talked about objective standards of a reasonable person of normal sensitivity. Some people have predicted that a vehicle noise ordinance would be forever unenforceable. I'm sorry to hear that. That may or may not be true, but it doesn't make the problem go away. We live with the problem of vehicle noise, despite the difficulty or the different ways of trying to enforce regulations about it. In the course of this discussion that I brought up, I think in 2019, within the last few months, building noise, bar noise, to the question about vehicle noise. And they're two completely different issues. I don't speak to the building noise at all. I can empathize with the people who have to live near it, but that's not what we're talking about. That can be regulated by somebody calling in to the police and complaining. Indeed, I've had the police, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, ask me to come out and lodge a complaint because a building on South San Francisco was having a party at midnight or 1 o'clock on their roof, and measured as the crow flies, we live a mile away, and the noise was keeping us awake. But when I, as a person driving in one of the two lanes going south or north on Milton, east or west on East Santa Fe, there's two lanes. There's one for me and one for the next guy. When he has his hat on backwards and he's going at 80, that's pretty typical. I did buy a sound meter and I carried it for a while. And I'd record 80 not infrequently. 90 was starting to be irritating. 106, try 106. Try to continue your life at a sound 20 feet away at 106 decibels. Especially if somebody's doing it just to say, look at me, especially. Should I give you the desk?
Thank you, Michael. If we have a question, you're welcome to respond. Councilmember McCarthy.
Michael, the consultant has come up with some recommendations for vehicles. And have you had a chance to look at these? It's like 82 for a light vehicle. And I believe the speed limits in your area are probably, what, 25?
It is 25, yeah.
Yeah, so they're suggesting a instantaneous maximum sound level allowable of 82 dBA.
There's two answers to your questions, Jim. Council member.
Yeah, my basic question is that reasonable or not? Go ahead.
I would, it's not what I'm trying to discuss tonight, but I think it is relevant. If you look at the Boulder recommendations, they're 80 decibels, not 82 to 92 decibels, depending on location and speed. You can argue for a lower decibel, but the real argument is that when I'm holding my ears, I have to drive 10 minutes to get home to make a phone call to the police, who will take 20 minutes to come out if I'm lucky. And by then, you can guarantee that the offending vehicle is already in Phoenix because it took them, 45 minutes to get to Phoenix. That's the real issue that I'm discussing tonight.
So my question is, though, that regardless of how we enforce it, that's a whole nother discussion.
Right.
Which I want to have, of course. If we limited to, for small vehicles going through your neighborhood to 82 dBA, consistent with the numbers that you've taken, would that solve the problem? Or if you're telling me that these vehicles sometimes are up in the 90s, then maybe 82 would control that. On the other hand, if they're coming through and they're like 75 dBA and they're still very annoying, this number wouldn't address the problem. So can you comment to that?
It's hard to specifically address which dBA level is going to be ideal. But when all the windows are closed, as we're starting to close them now, and the car sound comes roaring through in your house and breaks up a conversation, something's wrong and needs to be addressed. When I lived here and was a student 52 years ago, 54 years ago, I had to come on Sundays and walk on the wooden bridge on Aspen across the Rio to hear footsteps. It was quieter. Indeed, cities get noisier, as was commented on, and that's too bad.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Next, Greg Bouchard.
68. That's the number the MD Acoustics measured in the courtyard at Late for the Train during the first Coffee with a Cop, with approximately 30 people in attendance. This number would subject the proprietor to enforcement should have anyone complained in accordance with some of the numbers proposed in this noise study. That's unreasonable. I brought my decibel meter tonight, and we've had numbers anywhere from 50 to 80 in some of these speakers. But, and I must digress and address a few things in the noise study. First, it was done in June when there's a smaller population of college kids here. And we know the college population represents about 25% or so of our overall population. This is a flaw in the noise study. Next, using Sedona as a comparison is ridiculous. There's 10,000 people there versus 75,000 in Flagstaff. There's no college, and 38% of the population versus 9% of the population are over 65. It's simply not a good one. Back to where I was. It was clear from the Deputy Chief's closing statement at the last town hall gathering right here in council chambers. If you haven't been visited by us for noise, you have nothing to worry about, is what he said. So that, I guess, means that those of us who are being targeted. As a matter of fact, members of Flagstaff's city's government and personnel have personally told me that you are targets. We believe the first question we need to ask, is this an isolated geographical problem or a citywide problem? Because the current proposed solution is a citywide one. Are we overcorrecting? We fear we are because of some tunnel vision. We recently asked the chief to provide the numbers for the last 6 months. He couldn't. We're in the process of getting those numbers and we'll be sure to share them when we get them. As a business owner that contributes 2 to 3 times the average BBB tax, I believe we, our employees, our customers, our distributors, and the recipients of those taxes, recreation, economic development, beautification, arts and science, tourism, deserve to be heard. It's our intention to bring them all to the table and have you hear from them directly. We also think it's inherently unfair that the burden is placed on business. So far, we have spent personally $30,000 defending ourselves from a non-applicable ordinance and have to continue fighting. But yet neighbors, such in my case, who decided to live 20 feet from a bar, yes, it was there before they moved in downtown, have the benefit of someone else doing their bidding. When I dared mention the responsibility of people who have chosen to live downtown behind a bar, mind you, that they bear some accountability, I was rebuffed. Why should they? We, the business owners, believe there's a better use of everyone's time, tax dollars, and resources, would be to assemble the 3 to 4 businesses and 10 neighbors, which we think the data will bear once we finally get the last 6 months, looking back, and see if there's compromises that can be had before moving to a citywide ordinance. There's other tools in the toolbox that have not been utilized. We recently had our neighbors thank us, and that was pleasant, however not surprising, because we did make meaningful changes. We think the data will show that too. But putting an ordinance into place, we fear, will just be weaponizing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Sure.
Yeah, Councilmember Salas.
Mr.
Bouchard.
Bouchard, thank you for your statement. You alluded to I think it was the last paragraph of your remark that there are tools in the toolbox that haven't been used. Can you identify those tools that haven't been used yet?
I mean, just for example, the city could declare us a public nuisance and we could go to court and determine whether we're a public nuisance. A homeowner or homeowners that we're disturbing could take us to court as a private nuisance. Those haven't been utilized. Those things cost money, let's be clear. I understand that. Just the same $30,000 that I spent defending myself from a party ordinance that was never meant for a business, that's life, and I had to bear the brunt of that.
Other tools? Sorry,
I
I'm
mean,
putting you on the spot because you mentioned
Yeah,
tools,
those are two. I think tools of conversation. I know we reached out to our neighbor behind us. There's dispute whether they got the letters or not. But to have mediation, we offered with our neighbor to go to mediation. They could pick the mediator, we'd pay for mediation. Let's mediate. That was never taken up. There was other offers of putting in air conditioning in the house. There was an offer to buy the house. But nonetheless, it's not just a black or white issue in my mind. I think before we shoot the mouse with an elephant gun, we should look at other options.
Yes, please go ahead.
clarificatory question. You said mediation. So are you referring to a specific neighbors
Yeah.
mediation? Like, I
Yeah,
mean, it's-
absolutely.
When you say mediation, there has to be, I'm sorry, I was trained in mediation in the Philippines, so there has to be like there has to be a complaint in court that needs to be filed, and then you go to mediation, correct?
No, what we were looking to do, what we offered to do, was take the complaining neighbor and allow them to go through the Coconino County courts. There's a mediation process, and without filing any sort of litigation, and go to mediation and have a mediator hear both sides and see if there was a spot that we could both agree to, that we would both be happy.
Thank you for that answer. I have no
Yeah, you're
further
welcome.
questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Deborah Harris?
Good evening again, council, mayor, vice mayor. This will be a difficult decision, okay? I'm not sure that everyone will be okay with whatever decision that you come up with. The businesses definitely have a right to run their business and to make a profit. But on the other hand, residents have a right to a good quality of life. I am so thankful that we live in a community where we can live wherever we want to live and wherever we can afford, and nobody can tell us where we can live. That has not always been the case. I don't have a solution that will make everyone happy. I don't think you're going to come up with one that's going to make everyone happy. But I think all of us are going to need to learn how to compromise. We don't ever walk away with all the marbles. We don't always get everything that we want. And when you live in a community, you become a community member, and you negotiate, you compromise, and you work with your community members to make sure that the quality of life is good for as many people as you can possibly do or have it be for. And so with that, I say thank you for all of your work on this. It's going to be a really difficult decision, but that's why you're here, is to make those difficult decisions. And you're going to take everybody, feelings and attitudes and their beliefs or whatever into consideration. And residents are not going to feel that you paid attention to someone else and not them, because you're going to be very transparent in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Heinonen?
Mayor, Council, thanks for letting me speak tonight. I'm Kevin Heinen. I'm the owner of Tinderbox Kitchen, the Annex, and Tourist Home on the south side, and soon to be Teatro Italian Kitchen on the north side. When I got into this hospitality industry, it was 2009. The south side, as you might know, is fairly, especially South San Francisco, blighted, frankly. Boarded up buildings. And my wife and I, over the years, have spent millions of dollars building this business in this town where we raise 2 children because we love it here. I think that this noise ordinance has taken me by surprise. The first time I heard about it was in June. At that time, I found there was already a draft ordinance written that was written by the police and their legal counsel. When I selected our locations, I took into account everything: zoning, licenses, liquor board, county health, flag fire, everything to get operable. I'm operating currently in that zone as it should be. I think what we all need to look at here is there is a balance. So to your comment, probably no one will be happy at the end of this, but there does need to be some balance. I don't know that that balance is sitting in this ordinance that's been drafted. We want the city to be vibrant and productive. In fiscal year 2021, businesses like mine through the BBB put $11.4 million back into the city. If you take away that by artificial lessening when I can't operate my patio and other people can't operate their businesses, what's that going to do to that money? So if we look at it, 50 to 80, 50 to 70, CDC says, is a refrigerator hum or a dishwasher, and 65 to 80 is normal conversation to city traffic. Yet that's where this ordinance seeks to set the ability for me to operate my business. And I don't think that's appropriate. I mean, we are operating in a vibrant downtown community. We want that. On the other hand, we do want residents to be happy. I'm imploring that the city find ways to encourage residential development to be mixed in with downtown businesses, and that this city grows at a way that it's vibrant, it's exciting to be, it's where people want to be, and it's where people who want to walk to their restaurants and their bars and their retail stores can do that from their front porch. I think a couple things in closing. I implore you not to hurt one group to appease another group, and maybe that group might be a little bit louder right now. Second, let's reach for some unification. There's got to be a common goal here. I think what's missing in this study, what's missing in this ordinance, is the businesses were never invited into that conversation. I didn't know about it until June. I know about it now. I suggest we put a small task force together with some businesses, some residents, some city staff, the police department. We come up with some levels that actually make sense so that residents and businesses can coexist downtown and make it a vibrant place.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Terry Medexa.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Terry Medexa, and I'm the Executive Director of the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. And actually, my comments are really going to echo both Kevin and Deb's. I think my focus really is on compromise. When I look at thriving downtowns across the world, and I include downtown Flagstaff in that statement, I think we have the best downtown there is. The best practice is to have a cohesive mix of both residents and businesses. Residents appreciate being able to walk or ride their bike to amenities and activities, and businesses rely on residents for their customer base. I understand residents have concerns, and I understand business owners choose to locate downtown for its zoning, walkability, and vibrancy. However, when we're considering a noise ordinance, downtown should have separate standards. The noise complaints related to downtown businesses involve some residents, a few businesses, and it relates to a very specific area. So this thought of a citywide ordinance with levels over our robust, vibrant downtown doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Our downtown is different than the rest of the city. We have over 180 businesses located in about an 8-block radius. Downtown offers a dense mixture of patios, retail, restaurants, bars, live music, special events, and residents, and we want more. So it seems reasonable to create different noise and time standards for downtown, one that allows a higher decibel level to support vibrancy, but at the same time, we need something to ensure a high quality of life for our residents. The report recommends decibel levels for this mixed-use area that in some cases is lower than regular traffic and casual conversation. This is not a reasonable balance. So how do we find balance? We can identify a path to reach a compromise. This approach has worked before as residents and event producers came to an understanding related to events at Wheeler Park, and that's been successful. We have also seen a few businesses already self-correct, and residents have expressed their appreciation. So there is genuine interest from both parties to coexist. I would ask council to consider a similar approach to the one taken at Wheeler Park. Downtown is a special place. We don't want to or need to overcorrect. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Terry. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Ms. Medexa, for being here. You referenced in your remark that residents and event producers have come together to come up with a compromise with regards to events at Wheeler Park. Pardon me for putting you on the spot, but can you provide details of that compromise?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I can't go into great detail, but I can outline the process and give you my understanding, even if I might get the numbers a little wrong. So there were concerns from neighbors that were adjacent to Wheeler Park and sort of going north up LaRue and over to Cherry Hill. A few of the residents got together with a few event producers. City staff were present. It was a small group, but an effective group. They came up with a plan where they looked at hours for events at Wheeler Park. And I don't know what those hours are, but that is in the special event application process. So there are times set for events at Wheeler Park, and there are specific decibel levels. And those decibel levels are different than what you would see at Thorpe or at Fox Glen. I think they're a little higher at Wheeler during an event. And then they also came up with a way to orient speakers. So those speakers, the backs were to the residents and the fronts were more towards the event. So there was sort of a comprehensive approach that was looked at. How do we have vibrancy and events that take place in downtown, which I would say is exactly where it belongs, while also listening to, hearing, and addressing the concerns of our residents. So I'm sorry I don't have the specifics, but that's about the process.
Right. Follow-up question on the, Mr. Heinonen spoke to recommending creating a task force composing of business, residents, staff owners, and come up with recommendations. Would you support that task force as well?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Salas, absolutely. I did send a letter to council earlier today and included that in my written comments. I think as long as we could get a small group that was very focused on compromise and being productive, but that included not only city staff and police, but I think residents and business owners and the DBA would love a seat at the table. I think that would be a great way forward to get to that sort of unity that I've heard Councilmember House speak to and the compromise that I've heard Ms. Harris speak to.
Thank you, Terry. Charlie Silver.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Charlie Silver. That timer expiration alarm is a great example of short duration noise that really gets your attention. The perfect timing for this discussion. So it's the short duration noise that is the issue, and averaging it out does not address it adequately, I think, as we can grasp right here and now. I'd just like to reiterate the comment around the distinction and differences between stationary noise and mobile noise. That is, vehicular noise as a result of the racing through town and neighborhoods. I don't don't have a solution necessarily, but it is a real issue, and it is a quality of life issue, and I direct your attention to the city's mission to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Sauce.
I wish I had asked this question to the previous speakers, but it was brought up by Mr. Heinen and Mr. Silver. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your comment. Would you be amenable to forming a task force composed of business, residents, city staff, and coming up with a win-win recommendation solution?
Certainly, I think that's a great approach, but again, the differences between stationary noise and the vehicular noise is a real issue that would play into that.
Yes, I agree, because I have been awakened many times this past summer between 12 and 2 o'clock, just vrooming, zooming sound from vehicles.
I think we all have heard it and experienced it. Yeah, it happens all over town and in our neighborhoods. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Michael Seacrest.
How you doing, Mayor, Council? I'm a resident. I've lived here for 6 years, 25 plus, Southside neighborhood, specifically 113 East Cottage, apartment number 3. So I live across the street from the mayor, right across the street. I'm the guy that gets the most of their sound and hears it all. And to be honest with you, over the last week, I haven't noticed much out of the mayor at all. They've been really receptive as far as to, communication, basically. Well, I live right behind a bar. My bedroom window, which is my living room, which is my studio apartment, is located, I haven't been able to take a tape measure, but very close, like almost as close as that clock is, being the speaker, and my bedroom window being about where this container is right here. And it's the speaker about that size. They have 2 of them, and one's underneath the staircase, which it just amplifies everything. It's underneath a steel staircase, underneath the R&B behind Historic. And so the music comes on around 12, which is lunchtime. Usually there's no patio business. There might be 1 or 2 customers. They'll leave. They may have been out for a couple hours. The music could still be playing. 3 hours into it, I've listened to 40 different songs, all through my bedroom window, with my windows closed, my door closed, unable to get the nice fall Flagstaff weather, fall, spring, summertime, nice. It's a lovely town, lovely seasons, and there's birds. There's birds that come in the tree above my house. They're able to listen to them and to breathe and to meditate. Relaxation and peace of mind is important for a person. And for one man to go up against another man's home, and I've been there before Historic. They located their patio, put their speakers on top of my bedroom window. I didn't move in on top of them 20 feet away and complain about it. So that's kind of why I'm here voicing my opinion. And today, just as before the meeting was happening, and it's been going on for especially the last 4 years living there, has been tough. Like sometimes it'd be off, very rarely, and normally it's on from 12 until 10, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, all the years I've lived there. So I don't even know how to go about it. I can't afford to move anywhere else. I love this town. I love exactly where I'm staying at. It's the perfect place. The only problem is their speaker, and if I call to complain to them about it, they've trespassed me from their property. I'm not even supposed to go over
Michael,
there.
sorry, we do have a question from a council member. Yeah, don't mind.
Sorry, pardon me, I did not write down your name, but thank you for being here.
My name is Michael.
Mr. Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
thank you
My
for.
last name is Seacrest.
Seacrest, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for being here. So, would you be, um, would you support a recommendation to create a community task force composed of residents, businesses, our city staff, our Flagstaff Police Department, sit down and come up with some win-win solutions, including the issue with
Well, it's just
your neighbor
specifically
business?
just the one business owner. Like I say, the other ones that are close to me, Southside, I don't hear their music at my house. The mayor, once again, they're aware of it because I make them aware of it. But if I wasn't the person who voiced myself to them personally, they wouldn't even be aware of it because the music carries. Their speakers are up, high up, and they just carry down. And to the South Side, Cottage Street, specifically speaking for, like, it's a little bit uphill. So the speakers match up with that. So it's just, it can be really tedious. That's the only reason why I'm here. I'm not a man that usually goes to council meetings, and I don't really understand them. I have a basic education. I work in a dish pit. And I work on the same block that I complain about the noise on, by the way. I get up at 4 o'clock. I get off work at 3 a.m. in the morning. I like to sleep until around like 1 or 2, get a shower, and go do it again. Single-handedly as a dishwasher. The business I'm working for is doing fairly well, but not well enough to have 2 dishwashers at the busiest moments all the time. And it can be breakbacking for us as laborers, especially at my end in the dish pit, cleaning up behind everybody else. Like, so you guys have patrons. They have patrons, business owner have patrons. I'm washing the patrons' dishes for some of these establishments. I don't want to voice myself because I don't want to lose my job, first of all. I'm a quiet person. I wake up, I meditate, I walk my dog. I like to come home, drink a cup of coffee, sit, look up at the sky, listen to the birds, get a shower, and work on my days off. And the patio speaker being located right next to my bedroom window is preventing me from having any enjoyment of life. And as, the economy goes up, it's
Mr.
hard.
Michael, I'm sorry for your interruption. I understand it's a quality of life issue for
definitely
a
is. It's
resident
taken away
who's
a lot. It's
yes.
taken away a lot.
So my question is, I'm going to repeat it. Would you support a recommendation to create a community task force composed of business owners, residents like yourselves and neighbors, our city staff,
Yeah, I would support.
and come up with win-win solutions?
I
Okay.
would support that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Michael, thank you for coming out. I know this is your first time speaking to a city council. I appreciate you being brave enough to do that.
John Van Landingham.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. My name is John Van Landingham. I'm a downtown business owner for the last 30 years and downtown resident for the last 3 years. So I have a huge interest in downtown being both vibrant and livable. I understand that there are concerns with the subjectivity of the current ordinance, and I support attempts to fix that. I also support the city's engagement of MD Acoustics to study sound levels in Flagstaff. I think having those measurements will be valuable to everybody in this discussion and whatever policy may come from that. That said, similar to an earlier speaker, I would challenge the inclusion of Sedona as a reference community. Last I checked, I haven't seen a transcontinental rail line, 2 interstate highways, a regional hospital with helicopter flights, or a state university in Sedona. So I'm not sure as we navigate the mixed use adjacency of commercial and residential areas what use Sedona is. Boulder, I think, probably is more similar, and I would suggest that the council ask their consultant for more reference cities that are similar in these manners that we mentioned. It's great to have a reference table from a similar community. I think everybody would be better apprised to having several of those to see how they differ. So I don't envy your position here as noise referee. I would agree with many of the previous speakers that better policymaking would be to allow either a task force or some of the, quite honestly, very few people that are on both sides of this to get together and try to come up with a compromise to present to you. So as discussion turns into policymaking, I would encourage two things. Number one, don't overcorrect. The devil's in the details, or in this case, the devil is in the decibels. So whatever limit might be set should be reasonable. And it appears to me that some of the suggested levels in the MD report are less than measured background traffic and less than the quote-unquote regular sounds of life, like lawnmowers and construction equipment and so on and so forth. That to me doesn't seem reasonable. The second thing I would suggest is allow more time for staff and policymakers to meaningfully engage with the business community and other citizens. I don't feel the business community has been meaningfully engaged in this up until this point. So a couple things that I'll say in parting. Deputy Chief said that noise is defined as unwanted sound. And I guess I would point out that one person's unwanted sound may be another person's wanted sound. So you have a balancing act to do here. We have to balance different constituencies. Like I said, I have an interest in a livable downtown. I live downtown. I have an interest in a vibrant downtown. I have business interests in downtown. So I guess I would say tread carefully and take the time and get the feedback and the input you need to make a good policy decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, that is the last of our speaker cards. So we will be moving to the council discussion.
Yeah, they were taking.
Unless we have someone online. No. Thank you. So we could give some generals. I'll do a round robin if anybody wants to make some general statements from council, but then I want to dive down directly into each specific question so we don't muddle the waters and can give clear direction here. So I'll start with Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to address some of the things that have been said tonight. It's been alleged that our police department is targeting certain businesses. That's a pretty strong statement. I don't think there's any basis of that. I haven't seen any. I've personally talked to between 1 and 2 dozen people that are very concerned about this issue. They're not concerned about one particular targeted organization. There's 3 or 4 primary businesses that are causing complaints. They tend to be south of the railroad tracks. I haven't heard any complaints about anything in downtown north of the railroad tracks. The complaints are not just coming from residential. They're coming from some commercial establishments that find that the noise generated by these certain bars are causing their businesses problems. So again, there's a long list of people that are making complaints. It's not 1 or 2 people. That's just framing, if you want to use that word. I want to talk about this idea of who is there first. People are saying, well, if people move there, they shouldn't have moved there if they knew there was bars. There's been residential buildings. There's a row of houses on both sides of the street, San Francisco, that have literally been there 100 years. They were there before we had a zoning ordinance in this city. So, and the other thing I'll mention is that some of the people that are currently there now tell me that a few years ago, these problems did not exist because the establishments that are causing the noise now were not causing that much noise just a few years ago. So I do agree that this is not a black and white issue, and my goal is to come up with a reasonable compromise that'll make us, that's fair. I want people to be able to sleep at night in their own house. I can assure you, I've spent a lot of times in bars in my life. For 11 years between marriages, I was dancing like 4 nights a week. So I enjoy bars, and I want that to continue. So I want to say next that I'm very supportive of a ordinance being passed. I think most people here know that on every side of the issue. I've spent a lot of time on this issue. I have read every page, and not just read, but I've studied every page of that report. What was it, 100 pages, 200 pages? I've looked at every data sheet and studied every data sheet. I have quite a background in noise issues. As we mentioned earlier tonight, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I have some concept of understanding some of these complex measurement parameters. I did my master's thesis on noise issues, and I learned a lot about noise issues there. Okay, is Jim McCarthy ready to say I agree with the recommendations of the consultant? No, I'm not. Why not? Well, I went out 6 months or a year ago, whenever it was, and with my sound meter, which I have, I measured bar noise, and I'll mention that sometimes it was very loud, and sometimes it wasn't loud at all. So the numbers in the report are a little bit meaningless in that it's like, well, the bar noise was such and such. Well, good. Was that reasonable or was that unreasonable? The report doesn't address that issue. So I need to go out and, well, let me digress for a minute. We keep talking about dBs as if that's the way we measure noise. That's only half the story. dBs is just a ratio of two numbers. It's used for probably 50 different things. So if we look at the table, the recommendations of the consultant for bar noise is Lmax. Excuse me, it's not. It's LEQ. LEQ, what in the hell is that? That's average noise level. So your LEQ, and the other thing, and they're suggesting a completely different way of measuring noise of vehicles. So to those that want to confuse those two, they're completely different. Lmax, which is the level of the noise maximum, is what we should be looking at for vehicle noise. LEQ is basically a fancy way of saying average noise level. Now, if your maximum is up here, but it varies and goes down, and then it goes up again and goes down, which it does. If you look at the charts that are in the report, they have it like almost instantaneous noise levels, and they're up and down, up and down, up and down. So the peak noise and the average noise are very different. So, for instance, if you look in that report, for the train noise, the part of the sound recording they did was in the 70 dBA noise level range, and other parts was in the 90 dB range. That's a tremendous variation. So if you looked at the average, what would it be, like 75 or 80 or something? So my point is, when we're talking about noise levels, we have to talk about, are we talking average, LEQ, or are we talking Lmax, which is maximum? Okay, so what I need to do, and I think I need about 2 weeks to do this, I need to go out and listen to noise levels and make a subjective judgment on is that reasonable or not. Now, what I think is reasonable and what somebody else thinks is reasonable could be different. I admit that. But we can objectively, with a calibrated, professional quality noise meter, which I now have access to. The data I took before was on a Radio Shack sound meter, and that's not a professional quality noise sound meter. But I now have access to a professional quality noise meter that will measure LEQ, average, and Lmax, maximum, and I can do it for 2 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever we want. Obviously, for vehicles, we would do it on an almost instantaneous time frame. I would probably set it at 2 minutes for listening to bar noise. So I need to go out and do that. I want to determine what I think is reasonable and calibrate that to what a number is. And I haven't done that yet. So I think in about the next 2 weeks, I could pull that off. Let's see, what else do my notes say here?
We could also get into them too when we go through, because we got about 8 questions here for discussion items.
Yeah, I'm just about done here with my notes. I don't understand the need that the police officer mentioned about measuring the ambient noise and then measuring the bar noise. Usually the bar noise is so loud compared to the ambient that the ambient doesn't even register. So maybe the consultant can talk to that issue. I don't think the consultant is suggesting that we take an ambient and you can't get the ambient when you're listening to bar noise because the bar noise is covering up the ambient. So you would have to go somewhere else that you think is roughly similar, and that's very not straightforward. I think we need to make this criteria simple enough that our police officers can easily enforce it in an objective manner without overly complicating it. All right, so that's kind of my general comments. We can come back to specifics, what the fine schedule should be. I don't really remember what the fines were suggested to be. I read that, but it was a long time ago, and I don't remember. So if we want to get into that issue, I'd like to have a review of that. So, Mayor, I'll leave it at that for now, but when it gets down to specifics, I can make comment. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank staff, chief, and deputy chief for the presentation and the information. First, I'd like to, and I think this was brought up at the town hall because I was at town hall, like there was a request for a summary of the complaints for noise. So I would like to have that in front of me before I make any decision, and I'm not ready to make any decision or in support of or against an ordinance tonight. Yes, I do have an answer to this first question. We should separate the vehicle noise from the nuisance noise. And I believe the chief and the deputy chief has answered that question at the town hall. When it comes to vehicle noise, it's a moving violation. It's a traffic violation. It could be, well, in my experience, I encountered a motorcycle rider on Foots Trail on Christmas Day. And it was moving. Could not complain, could not file complaint, but it's, but the point I'm trying to make is separate the vehicle noise from nuisance noise and separate also if it's a possible traffic violation. I'm listening to everyone who has spoken about, balancing and compromising and quality of life for all. We always recite the mission of Flagstaff about protecting and enhancing the quality of life for all. Sorry. But we also have the vision for Flagstaff as a safe, diverse, just, vibrant, and innovative community with a unique character and quality of life for all. The city fosters and supports economic, environmental, educational, and cultural opportunities. Keeping this in mind, we listened to it was Mr. Heinonen who spoke to it first about recommending creating a task force composed of business owners, residents, staff, our PD, to come up with recommendations for win-win solutions. And I will support that before I even engage into the draft ordinance discussion. I do want to point out, though, the task force, if there's consensus on council to move forward with creating this task force, is to address the following. Make sure that the ordinance does not target specific business or specific residents. Meaningfully engage the business sectors and all residents and all neighborhoods, including HOAs. Identify the mixed-use level for noise for downtown. And take into consideration the process and plan of the compromise that was achieved by downtown residents and event planners. And I think this is kind of codified in the event planning application process. We already have that in terms of the moving of the speakers or the sound levels for events. And I also want to point out that some situations would really call for being neighborly. And looking for solutions to mediate conflict or issues among neighbors is that the city's purview. And then the most important to me too, if we do end up adopting an ordinance, is enforcement and compliance. Enforcement versus compliance. Because I do understand that our officers are already spread out thinly in terms of capacity of enforcement. So will it be rather our event producers, our business owners be self-correcting and be neighborly? So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Sweet.
Thank you. I'm glad we're having this discussion. I guess a little bit of background. I lived on the corner of San Francisco and Butler for 2 years. It's a business now. So I know about the noise. I had many, many sleepless nights. I just kind of dealt with it, and luckily I was younger at that point. I have met with several of the residents who are emailing and using their voice to express concerns. I have met with the small business owners to try and get their feel on the issue. And the one thing I hear on both sides is the word compromise. I think we can get there. We're not there right now, but we're getting there. And I do feel that a small and productive task force moving forward would be very beneficial. I think the smaller the better, so we can get some work done. I'm not interested in this going on forever. I think we need to come to some type of end game on this, but I don't think we're there right now. I like Mr. McCarthy's plan of going out, and I plan on doing the same and getting some information so I can get a better feel for what the sound levels actually are. But at this point, I really do feel that a task force and getting to the nitty-gritty on this would be a better way to go. And I do have a question for Terry, if you can come down. I am wondering if there has been any outreach to the businesses that we have had emails about, and what has that resulted in?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thanks for the question. So just within the past several months, as this issue has sort of become one of importance, we've been reaching out. So we've engaged many of the businesses on South San Francisco. We've been talking to Dark Sky Beer Garden, you know, any of the businesses that have patios. We've been in touch with the event producers. And so just recently, within the past week, actually, or 2 weeks, I met with the owner of the Mare. In the past, the Mare ownership has not really been involved with the DBA. When we reach out for, you know, their interest in events or in, you know, holiday planning, we don't really hear a lot from them, but they came to the table for this. And so we met, they were very interested. They really want to be part of these conversations, even though they're not here tonight. And I think from what I heard from an earlier speaker, they might have even begun to self-moderate. So I think there is interest in conversation. And we are very willing to engage those businesses. I think their success, we have businesses here tonight that have made changes, that have been well received by the residents, and I think we can get some other businesses there as well. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And my final thought for right now, I do think business to business, if you all can talk and just kind of go over what emails or who's talking to who, and do some self-regulating and maybe come up with some solutions while we tackle this on the smaller level. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni?
Thank you, Mayor. Good conversation and appreciate everybody's engagement on this topic. Sam, thank you for your work with the study, and Deputy Chief, thank you for your efforts here. Chief Musselman, I do have a couple questions for you before I jump into my comments. Can you just touch upon the total number of noise complaints we've seen in a year, and also talk about capacity and staffing levels?
Yes, yes, Councilmember Shimoni, Mayor, members of council. So we did run numbers after our last town hall. There was a request for vehicle numbers as well as noise complaint numbers. The numbers of calls for service involving speeding vehicles and vehicle-like complaints, we ended up with 191 so far in the year 2022. Calls for noise complaints so far year-to-date in 2022, we're at 493. Now this includes everything from barking dog to crime-free multi-housing type calls where they're having a party down the hallway and everything. We did have some maps, but they would be so small by the time we put them up. I think they would just frustrate us all. As for calls for service, we prioritize our call runs as we go. So calls that have a higher propensity of saving life or ending life, those are highest priorities. So DUI drivers, domestic violence in progress, injury accidents, those are where the first available officer goes to. The other calls just put in queue. We try our hardest to go to every call, but the noise calls, you know, they're not going to be the top priority. They're probably a priority 2 or 3, just depending on what else is going on. And staffing levels are always a challenge, but again, we try to get to every call for service. There will be some challenges with this ordinance. I mean, the person is going to call on the vehicle. That vehicle is probably going to be gone by the time we get there. But if we know it's the same vehicle, the same day, same time and place, we can be there with the sound meter. We can catch a snapshot of that high volume and hopefully take care of enforcement. Taking the average seems to work better for the businesses. Just one song may be higher in a bass, maybe lower. But if you average out over 2 to 3 minutes, I think that's more fair to the business community. But again, I don't really want to leave an officer there for 10 minutes to take an average. That seems to be a little excessive, and that would be hard to do. We do want an ordinance that is fair, but we also want something that's easily enforceable for the officer. So that plays into some of our questions. So I think I answered your questions, council member, but if not, please repeat.
Yeah, Chief, you did. And, I want to make sure you have the chance to speak and share any other thoughts you might have. So is there anything else you'd like to share while you have the mic?
Not at this time, council member, but I'm sure I'll get the opportunity.
Okay. Very good. And so going on to my comments, thank you, Chief. I do recall when I did a ride along with our police department responding to barking dogs or dogs off leash complaints, mayor and council, and our police department does try to respond to every call we receive. So I do have concerns with, complaints about a noisy vehicle and an officer having to drive across town to go and address that complaint, even though that officer knows that that car is long and gone. They want to go, they want to engage with the neighbors, want to let them know that they touched base and that they responded, right? That's just quality service that our police department offers. And given the capacity concerns, this is a real concern to me. But I do appreciate that of our police department. We did hear quite a bit tonight about compromise, mediation and negotiation and balance. And I do think that there could be a further balance that can be found. And I know that Councilmember Salas is thinking the same thing, and others probably are as well. I do see these as two different categories, vehicles and businesses, and I think we all do, right? And I think it's important that we separate the two. And prior to enacting a citywide code or an ordinance, I do think it is important that we put together a small task force to see if there is more of a compromise that can be reached prior to laying down the law and putting out a city and leaning on enforcement to address this topic. I remember, I think it was part of the town hall that I heard topics of traffic calming mitigation and maybe traffic calming for those vehicles in the neighborhood of concern could be further reviewed by our transportation commission. For example, I agree with the comments that we are not Sedona, and our town does, and I am proud of that, right? People from Sedona come up to Flag to enjoy our quality of life and our livelihood. So I think it is important to differentiate the two. And as was mentioned earlier, I think the Wheeler Park Task Force is good proof that something is possible if we bring together these different groups of people or these different perspectives and see if a compromise can be found. But again, I don't think enforcement is going to solve our problem here. Those are my comments, and appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Aslan?
Sure, thank you. I would love to be very brief here, but I do feel like a couple bases need to be covered. It sounds like we're coming to an area of consensus and direction for moving forward. I just want to add a few things. I have been very busy the past couple weeks talking with various residents, talking with various businesses, various bars, and really feeling like I'm getting a totality of the conversation that's happening. I agree, the word compromise and balance and unity, unification are going around tonight, and these are all great. I think that's pretty obvious. We need a vibrant downtown. We also need a livable downtown. This is a theme that has come up several times this evening as well, and I think that sweet spot is a thing that we can hit. Just going over a couple bullet points here, I do worry about the over-weaponization of this particular ordinance as a way for some of these Hatfield and McCoy arguments to kind of ratchet up into another level. That would be an unfortunate end result of this whole process. So I worry about overreach, I worry about overcorrection. I find the decibel levels in this recommended report to be way too low. I have had a chance to get familiar with what decibel levels actually are inside and outside these buildings, in the alleyways. And if we were to get into a back and forth, I would recommend something more like 110 decibels, not 55.
Excuse me, but give me a break.
Nope. So
You're kidding.
Councilmember McCarthy, it's Councilmember Aslan has the mic.
I'm absolutely not kidding. So there's obviously work to be done in terms of where this compromise comes to. The fact of the matter is that this is a problem that is being generated by just a couple of squeaky wheels, and it would be incredibly unfortunate for the entire city of Flagstaff to be saddled with the consequences of overreach here. Craig mentioned tools in the toolbox, and Councilmember Salas asked him what that meant, and he gave a couple of answers. I would go a little further with that. I think one of the greatest tools in the toolbox that has not been used to its full capacity right now, I wrote down here and underlined it, peer pressure. I think the other bars and the other businesses up and down in the area and the vicinity where these problems are occurring really need to step up and put organic pressure on these particular owners to get in line so that they're not ruining a good thing for the entire community. I don't know that that requires an official task force by the city and all the resources that we have to bring to bear to that. I would rather see that happen on its own. I texted Terry last week and I said, get a hold of the owner or the mayor. They seem to be the problem here. All of these conversations go straight back to the patio on top of the mayor. And part of that is an unfortunate consequence of them being out in the open and their sound being able to carry over all the other buildings in town further out. And it sounds like there's some progress being made there. Now, I want to make sure this isn't just a window where they're on their best behavior until things calm down, and then there's some sort of reverting back to some bad habits. But this organic community patrolling of its own problem is the best course of action in my mind. I would like to see whether or not that works or fails before we go into a back and forth on where to take this ordinance. And I do recognize, Councilmember McCarthy, that we're talking about a logarithmic scale here. I'm aware of that. I know what 100 decibels sounds like, and to me, that's not unreasonable. Now, the issue with cars is totally different. It's a completely different conversation. And I do think we need to figure out how to better address that problem. I do recognize it as a very existential problem for residents in our neighborhoods. I do think it's unneighborly and unfair for drivers to be acting this way. I don't know how to enforce it. I certainly don't think it's appropriate for us to be looking at these mechanisms as the way to address that problem. And so I don't know how to prioritize these. I definitely think they should be separate. I think the noise ordinance before the problem bar situation needs to be addressed in terms of priorities. I consider it to be a traffic issue, not a noise issue with vehicles. That also needs to be addressed, but because it's a little bit more difficult and it's just so far away from the actual problem that's happening downtown, I would put it second in order of priority and not on the same level. So these are some of my thoughts starting out with, and I know they echo what many other people have been saying. If we need to move forward with the task force, I suppose I would support that. I would support an ordinance at the end of the day if the levels were reasonable enough. And obviously there's some subjectivity to that assessment. I would rather that the community come to those numbers on their own. And it's not about me or you walking in the alleyways and deciding what we can handle. It's about our community coming together in a sustainable way and coming up with their own organic system of keeping each other in check. And that's the job of the Downtown Business Alliance. It's a job of the neighbors and the mixed use residents of downtown to figure that out. If we have to get involved, we have to get involved. But I would rather see all of this play out on its own first. And that is also to say that we've come to this moment where the threat of the nuclear option is a thing. And a lot of work has gone into bringing us to the point where we can force folks like the absentee owners of the mayor to the table to recognize the problem and hopefully to address it with their own good neighborly attitudes and sensibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember House.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I fully support, that was not targeted at anyone, by the way, but I support the ordinance. I support the separation of vehicle noise and nuisance noise. I support the idea of a task force. I do think that as we're moving forward with that idea, we need to be very mindful of being sure that we're looking at and considering where these issues take place, because they tend to happen in very targeted areas, very targeted communities, very targeted neighborhoods. And part of the question that has to be brought to the table is this acceptable in one neighborhood and not in another, and why is that? I think ultimately we need to be engaging the people within those communities that are facing these issues, especially where we're hearing resoundingly that it is impacting the quality of life within those neighborhoods. And lastly, I actually kept going back to the comparison between the Sedona Boulder and what's being proposed for Flagstaff. And I agree with the statement that more of those sorts of comparisons are needed. It was stated that Sedona was not comparable because it's a 10,000 person population compared to ours. Boulder is approximately 108, 109,000 people, so larger than ours, and it has numbers in theirs that are actually in some cases lower than the recommendations that were in ours. So I think that's something to take into consideration, but also to be looking at others that have that more comparable community makeup, looking at where issues were taking place within those communities that led to their development of a noise ordinance, and looking at the level of collaboration that they brought into that process to ensure that we are mirroring what works. Looking at the Boulder ordinance, that was one that was just updated in, I think, September of this year to extend the hours. So there's something that's working in that community, but there's also still tweaking that's being done. And I think we need to look at it in that holistic way to ensure that we're bringing all of those different options and solutions to the table. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember McCarthy.
Mayor, I apologize for speaking out of turn, but 110 dB literally blew my mind. First of all, I don't know if that's, the criterion that's been proposed for stationary bars or whatever is an average. So if the average were 110 dB, the peak would be, 130 dB or whatever. Now, to put this in perspective, if you stand right next to the train track, when the engine goes by, which is the loudest time, that's only about 90 dB. So anyway, I apologize, but 110 dB is mind-boggling. 85 dB will give you permanent, let me say that again, 85 dB will give dBA, max power, max sound level, will give you permanent hearing damage. Okay, a couple other things. The police department is suggesting that no anonymous complaints be accepted. In other words, a person has to put their name on the line and say, I'll be interviewed and whatever. I have a problem with that. I think a person ought to be able to make an anonymous complaint, and then the police department can go out and investigate using their meter to say if there's a problem or not. They don't need to have the person testify in court or be recognized. Why is this an issue? Because a lot of people are scared to put their name on a complaint. I see a man in the back that. I called the police officers to come over to my house. He grabbed hold of his gun. My dog was at the
We're getting a little
Well,
off the side. I mean, we're now looking at it just to, let's focus our discussion at this point to, let's focus our discussion now on the vehicle noise and nuisance noise and not on specific decibel levels and all of that. Right now, let's focus on our,
Well,
thank you, Michael. We need to get to our discussion to answer the questions we need for staff direction. But let's focus on what we have in front of us at this point. We can talk dBs of this level, that level later. What I'm hearing consensus is about is that we need more research and have a community-driven effort rather than a top-down effort when it comes to the business noise.
So-
We need to just focus now and get through the staff questions.
So my issue of anonymous complaints, would you rather delay that till later?
Yes, please.
Okay,
I think that can be.
I'll yield on that. As far as a task force, I don't really see a need for that, but if the council does, fine. My only concern about it, to be really candid, is it'll just be another mechanism to slow this process down and delay it. And I think we need to get on with it. It's been since 2019 that we've been talking about this, and specifically about bar noise for over a year. So if we're going to do a task force, fine. Vehicle enforcement, I'll be brief on this point because I think you'd probably rather delay this, but it can't be completely complaint-based. If we have an ongoing problem of noisy vehicles on a given street, we need to put a police officer out there from time to time during the high probability of a problem and have him just stand there with his sound meter and take data and give tickets if appropriate. You can't do a complaint-based because 5 minutes later, the car's gone. Let's see. As far as separate ordinances, I don't really care. We can do one of, I mean, in effect, there's separate ordinances anyway. It's one ordinance, but there's two completely different parts in the ordinance, one for vehicles and one for stationary. So however we want to handle that, I'm fine. I don't really care. So those are my comments for now. We can come back to anonymous complaints, which I don't like that idea. Can I just briefly explain why, and then I'll shut up?
Sure.
There's people out there are afraid to make a complaint and put their name on it. Why would that be? I've heard of one case where a person was told by their landlord, if you make a complaint on noise, I will kick you out of my rental. That's just one example. And there have been other threats. So I think the idea is that if a person makes a complaint, the police ought to be able to follow up on it without that person getting in the middle of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, I will just say that we do need to I think we need to separate the vehicle noise and the nuisance noise. And I'm willing to move forward with the vehicle noise at this time. This is a citywide issue as opposed to a localized issue that the nuisance noise is attempting to address. And I would much rather see a situation like what occurred for the events at Wheeler Park to occur to give us proper direction. And I do appreciate Councilmember Aslan bringing up the peer pressure aspect of this because that's really one of the most effective mechanisms we can get without utilizing a lot of staff resources, use a lot of our time. And I'm not a big fan of a top-down solution when a bottom-up may be more easily done. So I am willing to move forward on the vehicle noise. In terms of the task force, if we are moving forward with this, which I would much rather have it more of the grassroots type model that was done for the Wheeler Park, it can't be more than a half dozen people. Otherwise, we're just going to get muddled down and it's going to go nowhere. I would like to move forward tonight with the vehicle noise because it has been a while now. And we do get a lot of complaints for the vehicle noise, and I think we need to show we're making progress on that, not just kicking the can with a general noise ordinance, if council is agreeable. I do think that what was proposed for the vehicle noise from the study was a reasonable number. The numbers I saw for the nuisance noise suggestions, way too low. when we have 80 dB for, or 79.2 for just the train going through downtown, and now we're gonna say 65 commercial is, anyways. But that, again, we can move in, we can talk about that later and get into the minutia
would
of
like
the
to address
specific
that
decibels.
point.
Well, let me finish, please. I've allowed
Okay.
everyone else to speak, and this
Okay,
is the
then I'll
first
come
time
back.
I've been able to bring in here. So we can get to those decibel levels later, but at this point, I do not see this of what is going on in Sedona or Boulder befitting for what is right for Flagstaff. And again, we need more community input on that section. That being said, I would like to move to the a few slides from here, which brings us to the vehicle noise direction. So that way we can get input from council on this specific aspect if you all are willing to move forward with the vehicle part. And I'll take a yay or nay or thumbs up from council and we can go through each of these individually. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Process question before we exit the conversation about the noise from buildings. There seems to be consensus about a task force. By my notes, I'm seeing a majority on that, and those who were not in favor of it said that they would not oppose it.
Yep.
So there seems to be a consensus. Could you give us a little direction, and it doesn't have to be definitive tonight, we can come back and talk later, but a little direction on how that task force might be assembled. You've given us some hint, I think, that it should be small and representative, but a little more elaboration on the parameters and who appoints and that sort of thing would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, I'll let those that suggest the task force. I would rather it be something like what happened with Wheeler Park, which was more a grassroots effort, to my understanding. It was not a city-directed task force. And Terry's nodding her head back there. Yeah, please do.
I was involved in that issue. I was right in the middle of it. It was a noise issue. Basically, a woman, I know her name, but I don't think I need to say it now. She and a man who, well, the woman was a resident that lived up within about a block away. And she got together, one person, with one of the main promoters. And those two people came together and came up with a proposed criteria. And they brought it to me. And in all honesty, it was actually more restrictive than what I was going to propose. And I brought it to council, and council agreed to it, and that's how it happened.
Thank you for the explanation. So, I mean, I'm not fully set on a formal task force, so I'm going to kick it to those who have stated that they want a full task force for this on what the structure would look like. Obviously, DBA needs to be at the table on this, but
Can I comment to
Councilmember
that?
McCarthy.
Just restricting myself to the task force. I was on a task force that negotiated noise issues for the Grand Canyon National Park. It was a committee set up by Senator McCain, and I was on that task force. And what happened is we had hardcore people on one side and then hardcore people on the other side, and nothing got accomplished. It was a complete waste of time. So I think in this task force, we need to get people maybe that are hardcore on one side or the other, but we need to get some people in there that are not hardcore, that are more open-minded and reasonable. So it can't, okay, enough said. And then I do want to come back to your comments before about dB levels. And I think we should do that before we go to the vehicle thing, but
well, the DBs are not going to be, if we're not moving forward with specific DBs tonight, then that's a conversation for the future. But let's move on with the question that City Manager has for us. So, Councilmember Salas, you brought up the task force, if you have an idea on how to put that together.
So, in my mind, the task force should be representative of business and residents and input from staff. Downtown Business Alliance. You know, I'm volunteering Miss Madexa, and maybe a couple of business owners, and the League of Neighborhoods. League of Neighborhoods to represent the three neighborhoods, and of course, a representative from the city.
I'd suggest that we have one of the businesses directly affected, and then have a representative, a resident directly affected, and then have some people that are not directly affected. In other words, they don't live in the complaint area. They're from across town. Some neighborhood person and some maybe another business person. But people that really don't have a vested interest in it, so they can be more objective. And maybe the League of Neighborhoods that Ms. Salas suggested might be the answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember House and Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I am in agreement with that. I think absolutely a League of Neighborhoods needs to be involved. Absolutely the DBA, some of the local business owners that have been directly impacted, and at least one representative of city staff.
Vice Mayor.
And I am in agreement. I do want to keep in mind that this should be a small group, so that half a dozen, definitely.
My suggestion would be, though, that the city staff aren't really as much directing it, but making sure that we see what's going on so we get the community input. I don't want our fingers in the pie here. So I would suggest we have 2 local impacted residents, 2 business owners that are impacted, one person from the League of Neighborhoods, and 1 from the DBA like Terry. That gives us a half a dozen people that's well balanced between neighbor interests and business interests, and 6 people should be able to have good conversation, and moderate voices like Terry for business and the League of Neighborhoods that can help if there's any extremes in the situation. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to hear from Terry on this.
I see her
If
nodding
I
head.
can-
She's been saying yes all this time.
I do agree we need to keep it small. I think task force is a little bit too formal of a term, even still. We can't let this grow. It's going to get too sticky.
Unwieldy. Go ahead, Terry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you so much for seeking input. I really appreciate the discussion, and I think you're really going in the right direction, especially when I hear the conversation about sort of grassroots, letting us reach out to businesses. We've had some success just in the past couple of weeks with the mayor. I think I can be very friendly, but I can also be very persuasive. So I really would like the opportunity to work with our businesses to be good neighbors, but also getting a group together. And I do think task force is a very formal name. I think this is much more a group, very similar to the group that worked together on a solution for Wheeler Park. I think it should be small. I'm happy to be part of that. 1 or 2 businesses, 1 or 2 residents, someone from the city, we can get there. I think, and I can't remember, it might have been Councilmember Aslan made the comment sweet spot. And I know we can get there. Thank you.
Excellent. That sounds good. Councilman McCarthy.
Why don't we call it the solution group?
Community interest group. Councilmember Salas.
I would call it the win-win group, because with win-win, it's mutually acceptable and mutually agreeable solution by all parties, and that's a mediation term. I would want to hold the win-win group accountable in terms of delivering a recommendation. When can the recommendation be presented to council?
City Manager.
Just looking to recap because I don't type as fast as you speak. And thank you for corralling all of this, Mayor. I have a representative of DBA, a representative of the League of Neighborhoods. That's 3 neighborhoods, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We got one in the crowd right here that can
Yeah,
talk.
a representative of the businesses, and I believe I've heard preferably a business that's affected.
Yes, so one from League of Neighborhoods, one DBA, two local residents impacted, two business owners of that area. And then those are the individuals who decide, and we can have one person from city staff that kind of just makes sure that
Okay.
we stay on task. So it would be 7 with the city staff member, but they need to just kind of stay behind. We don't, make sure everything's good and notes are taken as opposed to an acting.
So thank
person
you.
there.
The clarification I'm hearing is just one from the League of Neighborhoods, so it's rather than 3, in the interest of keeping it small.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
one from the league.
And we need a task force to come up with a name for the group.
All right, Councilmember House.
Just briefly, I have a suggestion for a name for the group because we've talked about it so frequently in this conversation is the need to be a good neighbor. It could be the Good Neighbor Group. I think that
There you go.
captures the conversation very much.
All right. Sounds good. I'm good with that. Let's move forward here. Vehicle noise direction. So okay, yes, Councilmember McCarthy, real quick.
And I appreciate you giving me a little license tonight. I want to talk about apples and oranges. I think people, they look at this chart and it says 50 dBA, and they think they have a gut feel for what that means. But their gut feel is probably for maximum, or for noise level. This is not noise level, it's LEQ. It's a completely different parameter. And so if your LEQ is 50, your maximum noise level could very well be 80. So that's something to keep in mind. Keep in mind that LEQ is not the same as dB noise level, completely separate things.
Thank you. And duly noted. You are speaking to the fellow musician on the dais, so I get it. Okay, vehicle noise direction. So are we willing to move forward, council, on this? If I can get a thumbs up so we can continue the discussion or not. We good with moving forward with this tonight? I see 3 other, okay. And she just voted twice with 2 thumbs up. Should we remove the weight limit on vehicles? Yes or no? I'm saying a no. Others?
I'm unclear on this. I feel like you have a semi-truck using air brakes coming down off of Lowell or something, doing a delivery for the new Discovery Center. Again, I would recommend that we err on the side of not overcorrecting. So we probably shouldn't remove the weight limit on vehicles, that's my thinking.
All right, yeah, because right now it's 88 versus 82, I believe, in a residential neighborhood. So larger vehicles over 6,000 pounds have a higher dBA available. That's what we're discussing.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mr. Aslan. We should have 2 categories based on weight. And just this afternoon, I was out taking noise data on Humphreys, and the predominant level for cars was at a certain level. But then when like a mountain line bus went by, it was substantially louder, and it's going to be substantially louder, and it wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. It was just driving by. So I support the separate, leave it the way it is on weight. That's my opinion. Thank you.
I support the weight limit difference as well. I'm seeing a nod from Vice Mayor, nod from Councilmember House, so we have direction there. Should we just have 1 decibel limit, or is council good with having 2 based on the speed limit of the roadway?
I think it should scale according to the speed.
Agreed.
And I agree with that. The real issue is in the neighborhoods where the speed limit is 25. So, on areas where the speed limit is 40, we're not hearing the problem there.
Right. You good with that, Vice Mayor, too? All right, so we're moving forward on that front. Are we good with the location of measurement being outside the traffic lane of the violator? I'm going with the yes. I'm saying yeses all around here. Yeah. And is the fine schedule satisfactory? And can we pull that up again for everyone's reminder? I think it's like $250 to start, or?
Yes, so I don't have it on this, but to match the party nuisance ordinance, it was $250 civil violation, non-criminal for the first offense, $500 for the second, and $1,000 for the third offense within 120 days. So all three of these would have to occur within the 120 days. If it's outside the 120 days, it defaults back to the fine of $250. Or we can throw another option in there where it's $150, $200, and $250, all within 120 days.
I'd prefer that. I mean, if somebody's got some, like if my brother-in-law doesn't have a muffler on his car and is having trouble, getting one on there, I don't want to see a $250, $500, $1,000 fine when it takes him 2 weeks to order it to put it on his car. I'm just giving a hypothetical example, but Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I would go with a lower fine schedule. We're not trying to, bankrupt people. We're just trying to encourage them to do the right thing.
So your suggestion, just to remind everyone, was $150, $200, $250.
Yes, sir.
So, Councilmember House.
Sorry, I have a question, not to throw a wrench into the conversation, but would this be enforced similarly to how it's done with the nuisance noise ordinance, where, let's say somebody was found to be in violation, but indicated, I'm in the process of getting my vehicle repaired or anything like that. Would that still trigger the fine, or would they have an opportunity to remedy?
The officers could use their discretion, and I think in that case they would. If it's someone that's struggling, I think it's like the person speeding to get to the hospital because their wife's in labor. Yeah, we're not going to stop and write them a ticket.
Okay, then yeah, I agree with that lower fee structure.
City Manager, were you?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Shimoni has a comment, and
thank you.
while I have the mic, I would like to solicit feedback on whether this should be treated like a moving violation. We've heard that recommended by a few council members. Yeah, I mean, just like regular traffic violation.
I'd like the legal to step in, but Councilmember Shimoni's been waiting here, so I want to let him jump in first if you have a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, I do feel like we should start with a warning versus a jump to a fee. I know that Chief was saying that there will be discretion that could be used, but I always kind of lean towards that warning first and then some type of fee schedule. So not to throw a wrench in, but that's the wrench I'm going to throw in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, and we'll get confirmation from council here, but McCarthy.
Actually, I agree with Mr. Shimoni. I think the first offense could be a warning with no fine. Again, we're trying to get them to comply. We're not trying to bankrupt people. What was the other thing? Oh, I know what I was going to say. Back when I was young, I had a 57 Chevy with a Muncie 4-speed and a 283. No, I had a 350 in it. 411 rear end, positive traction, hot car. Anyway, I got a lot of tickets for loud mufflers. And the way they handled it is they were handled as repair orders. They weren't handled as a moving violation. So moving violation basically means it's a safety issue, right? So I mean, like speeding or DUI, those are moving. So I'm thinking it could probably not necessarily have to be a moving violation, but I'm open to conversation.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from legal if that fits the criteria properly.
So when you say moving violation, I think I'm confused as to what you mean. We're talking civil across the board. Moving violations are civil, but they are moving. So this would be a noise violation that's a civil ticket. So I don't know if we could do a repair because the noise may not be because they have a muffler that's not working. It may be that, they have produced a sound because of the way in which they've used their car. So if it's because they have, revved their engine or are driving too fast, it's not going to be a repair thing. We can possibly do, as suggested, a warning for a first offense and down the line, but regardless, it's going to be a civil violation, which moving violations mostly are civil depending on the circumstances.
But traffic violations also put points against your license, and I don't think we want that here with this ordinance.
Well, and we can't do that. It's a city ordinance. It's not going to put points on anybody.
So there's no issue here, really?
No, I don't think we need to, it's a civil offense, so I don't think we need that extra designation.
Yeah, just for some further clarification on that with a repair order, as Marianne was indicating, some of the noises that you hear coming from cars are intentional. They're made that way. And to get it repaired, it's already fixed. They're going to argue to a judge. It's not broken. It works right. It makes the noise we want it to. So I think I would discourage the repair order course.
Okay, and just to tighten this up at this point, the fine schedule, are we good with a warning to begin with? Warning first, and then I'm gonna say 150 and then 250. If we're good with that. Yeah? Warning, 150, 250 civil penalty. Yeah. Yeah, so, all right. Any other questions on the vehicle noises or any additional direction needed from us for staff?
I don't think so, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Do you want to go back to the nuisance noise? I know we're going to do the Good Neighbor Task Force, Good Neighbor Group to get
there you go.
and then bring that back.
Yeah,
But
then
you want them to weigh in on decibel limit, noise levels, fine schedule. You
at
want
this
them to weigh
point,
in
I'd
on all
like
that?
them to weigh in on that rather than doing the top-down approach.
Sounds good.
So,
Thank you.
Cool. Right on. All right, anything else, City Manager, that we need on this topic before we move on?
No, thank you.
All right. The next order of business, we're getting close here, guys.
Good
Yeah.
job navigating that, Mayor.
What's that?
Seriously, good job navigating all that.
Well, thank you. All right, so we are on to agenda item 11A. This is a future agenda item request, a citizen's petition to deny zoning text code amendment change for the Schweitzer Canyon Wash floodplain from rural to urban to maintain flood mitigation, protect a high natural resource area, and protect the biodiversity of the corridor. No, it's just a fair, so what they wrote, if we want to move forward or not, so. Yes, go ahead. Well, we do have one public commenter on this subject.
Do that.
Stephen Holloway?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I just wanted to stop by tonight, introduce myself. I was the one that submitted the application for the text amendment with the city. And, just remind you guys that it is scheduled for November 1st, so we'll get to see you again then. And, if there's anything I can be assistance of in between now and that time, I know it's probably late for you guys. I assume you don't go till midnight. But I'm available, just, reach out to me, or I'll get in contact with you. Happy to provide any information that you need.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have a question for you here.
So I'm a little confused. Are you the one that brought forward the citizen petition? Or are you the one that's asking for the change?
I was the one that submitted the application on behalf of the owner of the parcel, yes.
Okay,
For the change, correct.
I get it. Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Okay. All right, thank you. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, and also to inform your discussion on this, it is coming your way November 1st, I believe. And currently, there is no development agreement or subdivision plat or anything in front of you on this, but the outcome will be coming your way in early November. So just want to make sure you're aware of that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So this is slated, I believe, November 1st. So in terms of a fair item, it's already coming forward. It would take longer to go through the fair process to get this in front of us. And I am looking forward to getting the staff information on this, what was going on with the planning and zoning and how the information they provided there. And I think that will be able to better inform all of us, and we can do our homework the next couple weeks. This is seems to me a little bit more straightforward. This isn't a development agreement. This is a text amendment that could really benefit us for being able to work in the floodplain for mitigation efforts. So,
Mayor, basically to agree with what you just said, this is in the process already. It's going through planning and zoning. It's going to come to council, so there's no reason to respond to this fair item.
yep. In agreement?
So Mayor and Council, just to clarify, it was in or on the agenda under the fair due to the charter requirement. It just had to come before you to say you're good to go ahead and discuss it on the first. So everybody's good.
We're all good. All right. Now we're down to agenda item 12, public participation. I don't see anything here. So agenda item 13, informational items, 2 from mayor, council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. Let's do roll call order this time and start with Sweet. Vice Mayor.
Just a quick thank you for the great discussion tonight, and have a good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan.
Nothing that can't wait.
Yeah, Councilmember House.
Thank you. Briefly, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Salas and Vice Mayor Sweet for joining me tonight in wearing purple. As a reminder to folks, this Thursday is Wear Purple Thursday for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So I invited them to join in wearing that tonight as a symbolic gesture because we won't be together on Thursday, but just to remind our community of that coming up. So thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Councilmember McCarthy.
Nothing tonight. I just would like to say I'm sorry I got a little animated tonight. I apologize.
No worries. Councilmember Salas.
Again, shout out to our Discover Flagstaff and Economic Vitality team. The annual stakeholders and partners meeting is this Thursday. And then on Monday at 6 o'clock is the Pipeline West Flooding Community Meeting here at Council Chambers. I think people could also attend this meeting online via Teams. I believe so. Thank you.
I am unaware of that at this point, but we will certainly look into that.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shmoney.
Nothing to add. Good meeting today, everybody.
What?
And thank you for the discussion.
That is the first in 2 years. Sorry.
I know, seriously. Hey, Mayor, if you can, I'm speaking. I have the mic. Good work, everybody. And Mayor, actually, I would like to take a moment to give you a shout out. I think you facilitated our discussion today very well, and I really appreciate your steady leadership in tonight's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shmoney. With that, I don't have my bam bam right now, but meeting adjourned.